Yo. We have returned. ASMODAY lore right around the corner. LINNEA pulls right around the corner. I love this theme. I love this theme. This theme is so nice. Cozy theme in a sinister place. Alright, we're rocking. We're rocking, we're rolling. We're walking and we're rolling. Alright. I have to watch... Well, I don't have to. But I want to watch LINNEA's character trailer. LINNEA Precise Answers Curious Wonders. Don't they normally drop these on Monday? Like, what's today? Is today Tuesday? Today's Tuesday. I feel like them dropping it on the same day as a release. Isn't it normally on Monday? Maybe not. God only knows anymore, man. You try to follow their patterns, it just doesn't work. Alright, so we're gonna be pulling LINNEA in about 3 hours-ish? 3 hours-ish? A little bit, 3.5 hours-ish? So, LINNEA character trailer. The advisor always has answers ready for every question. But as for where she'll be, that's anyone's guess. After all, there's always something extraordinary waiting to be discovered somewhere. You open up her journal, her adventure journal. Will today's page contain a record of a rare breakthrough or just a funny little mishap? I don't know. Interesting aspect ratio off rip.
One last thing. I'm sure the adventurers would benefit from your expertise.
Sure thing! Just send it my way!
Her little buddy is gonna be the core of this relationship. What's up, Khalid? Got a little sweet flower.
The fungi too? The Encyclopedia of Avidia Forest Fungi says the umbrella-like structures of these green ones are actually completely hollow. Ah!
They have no brain. Hollow head, no brain.
Excuse us. A one-of-a-kind melazine.
Oh, so she's just like hopping all over the place. Inazuma, Sumeru, Mondstadt. Oh. That was a little dangerous. LINNEA biology class. Thick, feathered, ruffed pheasant.
LINNEA, look! Is that what I think it is? A rare breed of white capybara!
That evil little thing.
Yahoo!
Yahoo! Hold on. Was that a Yahoo?
Breed of white capybara! Yahoo!
Oh, man. Really pushing the limits with Nintendo, are we? So it's like a fun trailer. She's just traveling the world. She broke out of her shell. She's experiencing the world. And then she died. Of course. Plot armor. She gotta be alive to pull her. Yahoo! A little Natlan edition of the Song of the Welcome Moon cover.
There it is, Adla.
Oh, no. No white copy bar for you.
Your hairdresser.
What are you sorry for? What are you sorry for? That was a fun little trailer. Linnea, you know, Linnea's just going to be a fun character to pull together the Geo teams. The Lunar Geo teams, she's just the character that's going to bring it all together. And that's exactly why we need her. Nothing too lore heavy. She's just, you know, that character. I don't want to call her a filler character. Other than the fact that she's filling the Geo teams. Alright. Now we actually get into some lore videos. You ready for some lore videos? I want to do some lore videos. It's been so long. I feel like I haven't watched anything recently, dude. Who do we want to start with? So I saw DeWitt post some like schizo shit. And I don't really know what this is. But I guess he can't do this anymore and he's addressing the allegations. What allegations has, or does DeWitt have against him? March 8th, 2026. Destroy fate. Alice just leaked the dark rays and ASMODAY kept the Traveler on Tevat. I watched that.
The paths have split. The heavens themselves have drawn a line before us. The two sides now stand irreconcilable.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Line before us. The two sides now
DeWitt has officially left the Heavenly Principles. Oh, that's right. That's right. He's finally coming to the right side of this battle, of this war. DeWitt has abandoned us. Oh, they are mad. Guys, don't worry. DeWitt will be humbled in 6.5. You just have to be patient. Pray your hands. I see you, DeWitt. Soldiers, we must fight on our own.
At odds.
If any of y'all want to go to war against the ex-Celestia YouTuber DeWitt, this is the place you need to go. I'm welcoming him to the light. Betrayal of the century? Run! Run!
In the end, there was no voice, no command, no divine rule.
Who the hell is this?
Only the sound of countless people convincing themselves they weren't alone.
What did he do for this video? What is going on?
It's the eve of morn when I write this. I've not long before they find me at the foot of an altar that no longer remembers what it was built for. They are coming, and they're coming as they shall, unwavering and certain in their beliefs. To them, I've now become a heretic, a traitor. How easy.
Oh, you got a whole voiceover for this video.
You fools cling to this idea, because to consider the alternative would require you all have surrender.
Reason.
once believed I was guiding you all. How wrong I was. Like moths unto a flame, I was merely giving shape to your insatiable hunger for something to prostrate yourselves before. Since I'm the one that set you on this course, allow me one final time to show you exactly what you have become. Creatures too weak to see, too afraid to think, and far too eager to kneel. I've watched you grasp at shadows, clinging to words without ever daring to question their meaning. Blind in your obedience, yet bold enough to preach devotion to me. You craved certainty, yet could not bear even a single flicker of doubt. You wrapped yourselves in devotion, mistaking repetition for truth and adoration for understanding. And it has gone so far that you would now blindly follow an absentee god into the abyss.
I've been saying this for years. Oh, you know what? You know what? I've been saying this forever. Your buddy's just sleeping the whole time. I'm so happy he's finally seen it. And I'm so happy he's calling out the idiots that are still on the Celestia train, that are still on the HP train, that are still on the Primordial 1 train. Call them out, buddy. It's never too late to see the light.
Never pausing to question.
Never too late.
Tell me, is it truly faith if you clutch it desperately, even as the world lays bare its truths before you? No.
No.
What exists here is neither devotion nor religion. It is blasphemy. Why praise the Master of Fortuna for granting you free will if you never choose to exercise it? Why praise the Lord of the Skies for protecting this world while annihilating more civilizations than the Abyss ever has? Look what passes for guardianship.
Yeah. Yeah.
If this is defense,
Exactly.
what is offense? If this is mercy, what is cruelty? How easily you forgive, how quickly you bend the truth. As long as your fear is sated. And yet you cling, not because of divine command, but because you cannot stand alone. Every prayer, every cry, it's yours, not theirs. You have made monsters of yourselves, and I, merely the mirror reflecting it back. And since you've revealed yourselves fully now, the only way to deal with monsters is death.
We're gonna kill all HP followers? In game, of course. Seems a little. I mean, or we're just talking about killing HP.
And she wills it. Born of war, yet forged by the cancer that is man. She is not swayed by mercy, nor distracted by sentiment. She is purpose incarnate, the annihilation of what cannot endure. And what you have become cannot endure. Every lie you cling to sustains only delusion. And since you are far too stubborn to let go of the God that never was, it must be ripped from your hands. She will do that. And when all that defiles this world is cleansed, when the echoes of your defiance are no more, let your final thought be known. Your last breath as a testament. All hail Asmoday.
Well, hold on a minute.
And eternal judge of all that will end.
We
don't talk about Ryan daughter
well,
enough.
hold on just a moment, Ashkai. Hold on just a minute. We weren't quite done there. Okay. Okay. Listen, this was great and all. Honestly, hold on. First, W production. Okay. Awesome clip finds. Awesome video put together-ness, edited, wise. W all around. Right? Right. But is this just simping for ASMODAY, or do you actually believe this? Like, is this just straight simping for ASMODAY, or what's going on here? I'm not hailing ASMODAY, buddy. Are we doing this for all the wrong reasons? God damn it. I feared that he is missing the plot. We're just doing this to hail the white-haired unknown god. Oh. I don't know how I feel about that. It's,
Be known, your last breath as a testament. All hail Asmoday.
Yeah, I'm not hailing ASMODAY. Can't do it, buddy.
And eternal judge of all that will end.
I can't do it. I'm curious to see where we go, though. I think we're starting to get a better understanding of her reasoning. And I think I can agree with her reasoning if, predictions end up being true. Theories end up being true. What ASMODAY did in the beginning makes sense. But as of right now, she's still kind of like on the shit list. I'm not going to lie to you. Well, I thought that was going to be completely unhinged, but that was actually pretty W. That was actually great production on that. I like that. Okay, we get it. You're down bad for her. Since when did bros start giving out forbidden knowledge? DeWitt abides no reason. Most normal DeWitt video ever. Bro switched up his arguments faster than it took Arlecchino betray the Saritza. My arguments scale with the heart of the penis. Yeah, well, okay. That's, all right. Well, it's a very interesting thing to say there, buddy. Okay. Anyways, next. Jesus Christ. Wait, did he have any other ones? It's been a while since I've watched, so I don't know if he has any other videos right now. Oh no, it's just HSR ones. Nothing Genshin right now. That's alright. That's alright. I mean, you know something? His profile picture's been ASMODAY. This has been his banner forever. I'm on her side because she's hot. Yeah, he switched sides because he simps for ASMODAY. Other than that, whatever. Hey, if that's what it takes to get him to see the light, sure. We'll take it. We will take it. Okay, where do we want to watch first? We got... There was this cat with blue hat video. Let's do that. Let's do the cat with blue hat video. Then we'll watch some Insulic videos. And then we'll go to Ashikai video. 5 years ago, Raiden spoke the truth and we hated her for it. Bro, I'm gonna be honest, like, what up, man? 5 years ago, Raiden, you know, I don't remember a lot of that. I don't remember a lot of this. Was it really 5 years ago? Nah, it was close. Because Inazuma didn't come out till, like, fall 2021, right? Like, that's, dude, a lot has happened in 5 years, man.
Only through eternity are you closest to the heavenly principles.
The statement has never been more accurate after hearing Alice talk about the Abyss.
The essence of the Abyss lies in the hatred carried by all the fates that will not come to pass.
This one's good. In fact, we've known about the truth of the Abyss for a long time now. The description of festering desire describes the Abyss in a similar way. Unborn life, unfulfilled wishes, the tragic dreams at the edge of the universal darkness that could never come true. Yeah, shit, that is true. Even the secret abyssal messages in the chasm have a similar description. What does that mean? The dweller in heaven sends the thorns. You can find them at various locations. The way of the abyss. What's that? Not to be. Ah, the dweller in heaven sends the thorns, for the way of the abyss is not to be, so not to exist. This rule of the heavenly principles to force a single fate for all of Teyvat is the same as the unchanging eternity pursued by Raiden's Shogun. If all fate is made to be predetermined, the world remains unchanged and within the heavenly principles' control. True, true. This is what Dainsleif refers to as a sheltered eternity.
In the perpetual meantime of a sheltered eternity, most are content to live and not to dream.
This includes everything that's happened so far, and I mean everything. Do you think Fontaine's prophecy was changed due to the Traveler? Or that Columbina becoming a trilunar goddess was her breaking free of her fate? The answer is no. It is all according to the predetermined fate enforced by the heavenly principles. Traveler definitely plays some role. Certain things may have happened, but I'm a firm believer in the Traveler, as we know, is able to defy fate, not only her own, his own, its own, but the things we do impact the universe, or well, the world of Teyvat. And if we're impacting the world of Teyvat, we're slightly changing things most of the time, and largely changing things some of the time. Like, there are things that we've done that have probably totally changed the course of Teyvat. The question is, how far off course have we actually gone? But let him finish. Do you think Fontaine's prophecy was changed due to the Traveler? Or that Columbina becoming a trilunar goddess was her breaking free of her fate? The answer is no. It is all according to the predetermined fate enforced by the heavenly principles. If you look at Nouvelette's trailer, you'll notice many golden threads surrounding him. These symbolize Teyvat's singular fate planned by the heavenly principles. You'll find the same threads in Columbina's trailer as well. Upon the stage of Teyvat, all beings are merely actors pushed around by these threads. Focalors had invited Nouvelette onto the stage centuries in advance. There were only ever a fixed number of seats, and for one to sit down, one was for another to depart. That letter had been in an invitation issued several centuries in advance. She left her only seat for her ending, and someone else had to take her place. Focalor Farina, he should say, had given up her seat in the audience, come on stage alone, and become the heroine of the drama. It was a seat reserved by the heavens for Neuvillette from the start. And Neuvillette realized how he too was manipulated by fate into regaining his Hydro authority. A being like him should have no need for constellation and play by Celestia's rules. Yet as soon as he regained his authority, he was surprised to find a special constellation reserved just for him in Tevat's sky. The skies had left a special and novel place for him. This constellation was an image of the Great Leviathan. This is when he realized he had always been part of Celestia's plans. The entire prophecy of Fontaine was already predestined to end the way it did. You could even say it was all a grand play orchestrated by Celestia. The golden threads of fate cannot influence the Hydro Dragon who's not part of fate. But they can influence the world around him to make him willingly accept it for himself. As soon as he got the seat from Focalor, Celestia succeeded in her plan. And Neuvillette became part of the world's singular fate. But why did Neuvillette agree to Focalor's plan? Because he was born a human and grew to understand them. Why was he born a human? Because Egeria, who was supposed to be supposed to be the heart of the Primordial Sea, left it to become the Hydro Archon. Why did Egeria leave to become the Hydro Archon? Because the God King Remus's attempt to defy fate failed and destroyed Remeria. Why did Remus try to defy fate? Because Egeria stole the power of the Primordial Sea and transformed Oceanids into humans, which led to the prophecy. Why did Egeria create humans from Oceanids? Because she herself was created to be a prisoner whose only role was to be the artificial heart of the Primordial Sea. Unable to leave the sea herself and seeing the Oceanids yearn to understand humans, she granted their wish. So even if she herself can never leave the sea, at least the Oceanids will be able to fulfill their wish. This whole situation exists because of human desire. This is a core part of how how fate works in Tevat. Humans desire judgment because they feel guilty. Humans desire and so they want to receive. It is with these human desires that Egeria and Fontanians were able to subdue even the Hydro Dragon. This is the reason why Egeria received a shard of the Primordial One, as it ultimately led to the Hydro Dragon willingly becoming part of Tevat's fate. This was the opening act of the string of dark plots that led to Neuvillette's human fate. Nicole knew Fontaine won't be destroyed as well.
Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future, just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods. Could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
Okay. Same for Vedafenir, who carved the prophecy on stone.
Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past.
But how did these two know for certain that Fontaine won't be destroyed as per the prophecy? That's because both of them included the Traveler in their calculations. Whereas Rene, who was unaware of the Traveler's existence, ended up calculating the apocalypse with his world equation. But when he added the Traveler in his world formula, it changed the outcome. And the world wasn't destroyed. Just like Neuvillette, Columbina was also manipulated by the world around her into obtaining the Trilunar Authority from the Moon Sisters. There is no other reason for the Heavenly Principles to allow the existence of a frost moon beyond the fake sky, and even create a fake moon in the sky. In fact, the moon was so important for Celestia's plans that they even moved the Traveler's spaceship onto it. The Traveler is frequently compared to a star in Tevat due to their descender status. Mona's Master Barbeloth also mentions considering all cosmic parameters to accurately predict fate.
To observe the gravitational forces and influence of celestial bodies, one must be able to see past the false sky. Only by obtaining these cosmic parameters can one predict the fate of this world.
Why would the predictive fate only be accurate when the traveler is added into the calculations? Unless the heavenly principles already included the traveler's existence in their calculations from the start. If the world was created for the twins, it's expected that we're already part of Celestia's fate. I believe ASMODAY separated the twins as part of the heavenly principles plan. The plan to complete Teyvat. You might think that Fatui and Abyss Order are fighting against Celestia due to their free will. But if you consider this to be within the calculations of the determined fate, it would mean Celestia wants the world to defeat heavenly principles. Teyvat has been compared to an eggshell multiple times. Defeating heavenly principles from within is the same as cracking the eggshell from inside. It's the same as the birth of a new world. Proving to Celestia that Teyvat is ready to face the abyss on its own. If the world fails to defeat heavenly principles, the world is destroyed. And a new cycle begins. This is the ultimate plan that the heavenly principles created for Teyvat.
Step forth, if you have
meaning
understood the
behind
meaning
our
of your
journey. If the traveler continues on their journey, it will end just as Celestia had calculated. And that is with our ascension. This is the fate set for the traveler by the heavenly principles.
Then,
or as Dainsleif said, the traveler
threads
will
of all
obtain the
fate
power to
will be
weave the
yours
world's
to
fate.
reweave.
We even witnessed this ability of the traveler to weave the golden threads of fate in Varka's quest. It is only when the traveler interacts with the letters that they turn into threads of fate. However, it is by defying this fate of ascension that we will reach the true ending. As in that case, there won't be any god which determines the world's fate, but the people themselves will decide the future. Just as how Raiden sealed her nation. It is only by defeating Raiden that Inazuma was saved. So only by defying our fated ascension as a god will we reach the true ending of this game. So, like, it's the goal to destroy the heavenly principles. Because in order to be a god, we got to take out the god. I don't know, this thing gets a little wonky. Because if we're saying here that it's all part of fate to follow or that the heavenly principles has laid out for us, I think you kind of mentioned that in the end here. Why would the destined fate be to get himself killed by us? I believe Asmodee separated the twins as part of the heavenly principles plan. See, and I don't know how I feel about that either. I feel like this is straight up Asmodee defying the heavenly principles. But are we going to say that, the heavenly principles set up Asmodee to follow her fate, to be the one to split the traveler and the sibling apart from each other, and they don't even realize that that's what they were supposed to do the whole time? And if that's the case, how do we explain the celestial nails? Like, celestial nails are forever ago, but those are literally people who are basically rising up and defying their fate, in a way. Like, they were defying the will of the heavenly principles, and that's why they were taken out. I think we're giving HP way too much credit in this theory. Way too much credit in this series. Yeah, okay, so, but if you consider this to be within the calculations of the determined fate, it would mean Celestia wants the world to defeat heavenly principles. But when we're talking, I guess in this context of this theory, when we're talking about Celestia, what are we talking about? Like, who are we talking about there? Are we just talking about the four shades? Or like what are we talking about when we say Celestia? What are we talking about? Who are we talking about? That's not laid out in this theory. Hold on. Okay, that has been compared to an eggshell multiple times. Defeating heavenly principles from within is the same as cracking the eggshell from the inside. It's the same as the birth of a new world. Proving to Celestia that Teyvat is ready to face the abyss on its own. If the world fails to defeat the heavenly principles, the world is destroyed and a new cycle begins. So the goal of the HP is to set, it's like raising, it's like a bird and its child. Because a bird, at least what I was taught as a kid, I don't know how true it is, right? But like, doesn't a mom bird push the birds off the branch, and if the kid flies, if the baby bird flies, it lives, but if it dies, well, on to the next one. Is that kind of what this is saying? So it's setting up the world to then kill its leader to then lead itself, otherwise on to the next one. Reset. You guys didn't figure it out. Reset. We're saying that that is the goal of the HP here, and then why take out, I mean, I guess we don't have full timeline on the nails, but it seems like some of these nails went down like pretty close to each other. Not enough time in between certain nails for a whole civilization to rise, attempt to thrive, and then lose again.
Step forth if you have understood the meaning of your journey.
And also, let's go back on his previous theory, where HP is AI, our ship's AI. What's the point of them doing that over and over again if this was set up for us anyways? What is the point of figuring that out if we're just supposed to be the ones to come down and eventually figure it out? Why would he do this with past civilizations and take out, to try to set them up to take him out if it was always just supposed to be meant for us? Honestly, I don't like this at all. I think we're giving HP way too much credit in this theory. There are plenty of instances where people are defying fate. I mean, look at what just happened with Durin and Dottore. Like, yes, that dude was the guy that Durin was guiding in the Archon quest. He was determined to die, right? That's his fate. His fate was to die that day. But Durin was able to direct him long enough out of the course of death to learn information from him that we were able to use in the future. That's basically what Dottore did. Dottore was able to defy fate. Obviously, according to everyone else but the HP. So unless we hear from the HP that, oh, it was in my plan all along for Dottore to defy me and for you to take him over. Sure, you can argue that, and I think that's what this theory is arguing against, that everything we're seeing right now is all part of the Heavenly Principles plan. Bullshit. I'm sorry, bullshit. There's no way, dude. I mean, you can look at simply the witches setting us up in Mondstadt to basically take Varka's position and be the savior of Mondstadt. Yes, it could have been somebody else, but the witches kind of guided us to then be that person and save Mondstadt so we could continue our journey. I think that is a way to set up the world kind of in the fate of the world changing slowly. Like I said, we might do things, we may do minor things that change the world. Hey, what's up? Periodically, slight little things, you know, but we also have made some giant decisions, some giant things have happened that we have actually altered the outcome of this universe. This planet, Teyvat. I believe we are changing fate to a point. Yes, the final outcome of Nouvelette may have been to get his constellation in the sky, whatever, you know, all this part, right? And Columbina may have always been predicted or may have been fated to become the Trilunar Goddess. However, things would have happened differently without us, and what we did during these quests probably have minor or less obvious changes in the world structure that will impact stuff later on. That's my thought. I don't think we could just straight up say that we have no influence in changing fate at all. I mean, the nails alone just we're giving the HP way too much credit in this. I don't like this at all. Like the HP, we're part of the HP's plan all along. Come on, man.
Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods. Could things be happening in hidden corners where the god's gaze does not?
Could things be happening in hidden corners where the god's gaze does not fall? I think these are our slight changes in fate. And I really think that's why Alice is super present right now and super having to protect the world's border, because we're changing fate so much that these little abyssal energies are popping up and she's covering the border behind us. These little changes, I think kind of the border is what we saw in the event quest, where that bubble could have formed into an abyssal monstrosity, but didn't because we stopped it. And I think that's what Alice is doing. I think that Alice is covering up these abyssal manifestations that are forming out of fates that are no longer becoming true because of us. That's why I think we're clearly defying the fate of the HP. Because you see the rise in these abyssal manifestations now that we're here. The border has gotten worse, according to Alice. You know? And that's obviously assuming that the border are these abyssal manifestations, because we really don't have a clear understanding about what border Alice is talking about. But I don't see how the border gets worse. To add on to that, I don't see how the border gets worse now if this is the fate that's just supposed to be brought on by the heavenly principles. Like, how do these abyssal manifestations happen at all? If this is all supposed to be part of the HP's plan, why are these fates, these non-realized fates, even forming into abyssal manifestations? Because they wouldn't have actually been the fates at all. That's what I'm saying. I think we're giving them way too much credit. The universe has its own fate. Why do you think the abyssal energy is outside of Teyvat? We're a little bubble in the universe. There's a whole abyss thing going rampant in the universe. Like, to just say that, oh, he can come here and totally just set fate for the planet. Yeah, probably to a point. But not to a dead T. No way, no way. He's just able to get everything right. And just set everything down a course. Nah. I don't think we're part of the Heavenly Principles plan here. I really don't.
Not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
I believe so.
Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past.
Both of them included the Traveler in their calculations. Yeah, like, this is all right. Yeah. Like, this is all good. They included us in their, basically, world formula calculations. And we were able to defy that. And then change the course of things. Yeah, what does this part say? Just like Nuvola, Columbina was manipulated by the world around her into obtaining the Trilunar Authority from the Moon's sisters. There is no other reason for the Heavenly Principles to allow the existence of the Frost Moon beyond the fake sky, and even create a fake moon in the sky. In fact, the moon was so important in Celestia's plans, they even moved the Traveler's spaceship onto it. I don't understand what he's saying. Like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? I don't understand. He's saying that Columbina was manipulated into her fate, and it was always part of the Heavenly Principles to have Columbina get the Trilunar Authority, and evidence of that is because he allowed the Frost Moon to still exist. I mean, you can argue that, but we're literally saying that this guy planned everything out. It's like, this is giving the HP so much credit. And what does our spaceship being on the moon have anything to do with Columbina's Trilunar Authority?
Observe the gravitational forces and influence of celestial bodies. One must be able to see past the false sky. Only by obtaining these cosmic parameters can one predict the fate of this world.
I also don't think this is only limited to the Traveler. I think this is just saying that if you can see additional parameters that are beyond Tevat. Like, because isn't it stated that Tevat's constellations, or the constellations we see in the sky of Tevat, are the constellations of Tevat? So when you look past the sky, and you're able to see Nuvolet in the real sky, the real universe, what do you see? Not just the constellation of that. that's limited to the Teyvat sky. I don't think this is only talking about Traveler. I think she's literally saying, look beyond the false sky of all the constellations in the sky, because those constellations aren't real. And while it's like, yes, they have their fate, but the fate is just like really good calculations based on how everything is going. I really don't think that he was able to set everything up to follow in line. And while it's like, yes, like I said, that fate could be the prophesized fate, Columbina could have always, no matter what we did, no matter what happened, she may have always ended up getting the Trilunar Authority. However, how she got there is probably way different. And also other things were probably changed because of us. And I don't even know if I fully believe that she would have gotten that if it wasn't for us. I don't, that's why I'm like trying to follow this theory and explain it in the context of this theory, but I don't even know if I fully believe that she would have gotten Trilunar Authority if it wasn't for us. Because, I mean, that's just a whole nother rabbit hole. Because I really don't think that our fate is calculated into whatever heavenly principles had planned. And if that's the case, then Sandrone throwing us into her world formula and bringing Columbina back down, she may have gotten the Trilunar Authority, but then if she wasn't able to be brought back down, would she ever have been able to complete her cycle to then actually gain the Trilunar Authority? I don't know. You're talking about crazy time, like, causality shit now. That is like, is it even possible without us? I mean, this is, yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. I'm trying to, like, follow it along, but it kind of just, I feel like there's a bunch of arguments against it. Like, we're literally throwing everything out the window. All of a sudden, we're throwing everything out the window that we've been told. That we are able to defy fate. We're not a part of this world. We're changing outcomes. We're doing this. We're doing that. All of a sudden, we're just going to throw all that out the window and just be like, oh, because of this one thing, boom. Nope, Traveler is actually included in all of the fate of Teyvat. Heavenly Principles already calculated them into the fate of Teyvat. Boom. Like, no. No, I don't see that. Because we've heard from multiple sources that we are able to defy the fate of this world. We don't have a fate in this world. I don't know. I feel like, honestly, that alone it kills this, and like it just kills this whole thing. Like, I do agree with the ending of it, where getting up and destroying the heavenly principles will be able to break the world out of its shell, and people will be able to actually follow their free will and not be impacted by the fate set upon them by this world. Yeah, yes, fate to a point does exist in this world, obviously, set by the HP. I agree with that. In order to break it, we're going to be the ones to break it. But have there been previous cycles with us involved trying to break it and been unsuccessful in breaking it? I don't know. Because otherwise, how do we explain where this is like... Where is it? No. Where is it? And a new cycle begins. Like, this world is supposedly set for us. Why would we be setting other people up to become the god of this universe and then just resetting them when they're not able to ascend if the world is supposed to be set up for us? That just doesn't make sense. Like, why would the Heavenly Principles set up this game if the world is supposed to be set up for us? According to his previous theories. No, like, certain things from previous theories just don't line up with this one. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this. Yeah. I'm not with that. I'm not with that. But we will destroy Primordial 1 to break this world out of its shell for sure. That I'm with. That I'm with for sure. Ironically, the Heavenly Principles are the reason why the Abyss is so strong. The more they force a single fate onto Teyvat, the more fates that will not come to pass. I agree with this. And the stronger the Abyss becomes. See, like, I agree with this. But who's forcing these fates to not come to pass? Me, you, me and you. You know? Like we are. Oh, and if the AI theory is true, then Heavenly Principles is just AI extrapolating, placing these threads in order to find the best answer against the Abyss, even if it means forsaking the unpredictability of human lives. It's essentially forcing everyone to follow one single path for the sake of their grand plan, and that's why they're so silent, because they're just a machine calculating. I don't know, man. To be honest, I don't really like the idea in this video about how everything is just a part of fate. It seems too clean and too, we pulled a ruse over everyone. There's too much thematic meaning placed on Force Lord's deception for it to actually be the plan all along, and if it was, that would make Farina's suffering completely meaningless. The seat was always going to be passed regardless of how it was to be done. It also seems to go strongly against what we hear about fate and the stage. Multiple characters talk about the stage and how to break character, but if the answer to it was actually no, you can't break that was written in the script, it just feels like it invalidates a core part of the narrative. Like, if fate cannot be broken, then what's the point? Now that Nicole is also part of the story more directly, and her actions are apparently also part of fate via Columbina, it would mean that no one we know that has been stated to be able to break fate can, which just doesn't sound like good writing. Exactly. That's what I was trying to say. Sometimes in the moment I have a hard time putting my thoughts into words, but exactly. That's all we've known is we've been breaking fate this whole time. And now all of a sudden, no, not true, haha, gotcha, you were actually part of the script all along. What? Like, sure, you could say plot twist of the century, but that's trash. What the fuck's the point of me being? Like, what am I doing? Also, it doesn't line up logically. Leave the writing out of it. It doesn't line up logically. I think that would be more likely that I think what would be more likely is that HP is retroactively fitting things into fate when people break it, making it seem like it was always part of the plan. But how is he doing that if people are asleep? Or if he's asleep? All of this, perfectly this, except, does this not exactly remind you of a certain Geo Archon, how he retired out? Humans proving they could rely on themselves instead of only on a god. Height points for the algorithm. This needs to be shared and seen en masse. I don't know, dude. Yes, the ending's true. The ending's true. We're going to defeat the Heavenly Principles. I've been saying this for fucking years. Literally, my bio is, when can we blow up Celestia? But, like, that doesn't mean we're part of the script, dude. It doesn't mean the whole plan along is to kick the bird out of the nest and make sure it flies. That's not, I don't think that's the story here. I really don't think that's the story here. And if we're saying we're just extrapolating the loops of Teyvat, does that mean we've been part of so many loops of Teyvat? Like, we're in the loop every time? Is that what we're gonna try to say? And that we almost maybe swap places with the sibling each time? Like, let's say the next loop, our sibling is us and we're the sibling. Columbina, oh, here we go. Finally. It's honestly hard to find arguers on his videos. Everyone's just like praising. Columbina did escape her fate. She literally created herself from nothing in a bootstrap paradox and then, well, and then broke it to become the Trilunar Goddess. This wasn't fate being predetermined, but rather her gaining her authority. In her voice line, she also literally says, I now hold the threads of fate in my hands. As we know, the Moon Sisters are basically Nibelung's divinity, an extension to his majesty. They control all fate, reason, life, death, time, and space. Columbina is not bound by the heavenly principles. Even at the end of her trailer, you see her escaping from them, and a little earlier, her controlling them. Her in-game constellation is also different than every other one. She has full moon phases instead of written stars, and the name of her constellation is her own name, the one she came up with, and is for the constellation itself. It's not her crying dove. Well, it is still there, but it's not her main constellation as it should have been. Her current one has her silhouette looking over it. She's a fully transcendent being. It doesn't operate in HP's fate system. She's the one controlling it, if she wants to, that is. That's the only thing I wanted to clear up. Other than that, keep up the good work. Then it should be argued that Neuvillette, too, probably his constellation is in reality more like a manifestation of his authority because it worked exactly the same way. It allowed him to transcend fate, the fate of Celestia. In fact, well, it's true that the Traveler was a variable, so was Neuvillette, just more controllable before he regained his authority, but he couldn't interact with the threads of fate without his authority. But thanks to his authority, he was able to break the prophecy. It wasn't the Traveler who broke the prophecy. He just created a scenario for Neuvillette to do it. Holy shit! That was a tough read. I think it's likely that at least for Neuvillette, the constellation might be retroactive one made in Irminsul, like Celestia Irminsul going, oh shit, that's what's supposed to happen. Quickly make a constellation for him. And it's just him because it wasn't part of the grand fate. Yeah, see, I'm in this camp. I think it's also interesting that Alice and her husband are explicitly stated to be leaving Teyvat with some regularity, traveling to other planets, and that Alice was invited by the Heavenly Principles to maintain the world's borders. Like, either Alice is so powerful a being that HP can't help but allow her and her husband to leave. They were already Abyss specialists, and they were invited specifically to keep Teyvat safe from the Abyss. They were created by HP in order to fight Abyss, and as such can leave because they're already part of the HP, like the Shades. Yeah, no, I don't think that. I don't even think they're part of this world. I don't even think they're part of Teyvat. Yeah, I'm definitely I'm kind of against this whole theory. It just literally goes against everything we've learned so far, and saying that we're not able to defy fate. Come on. We're the player. That basically makes us, the player, powerless. We might as well have made it a book. Might as well have made it a movie. The whole point is to make the player feel valuable. And if you don't make the player feel valuable, what's the point of playing? So, with that alone, I think this theory is bunk. I think it's a shot theory. Personally, that's my opinion. It is what it is. We continue on. I am ready to blow up Celestia, though. Don't get it fucked up. I am ready to blow the HP to smithereens. Not blow them, but blow them up. Alright, now let's get to some Minsley videos. Let's see, which one's older? This one's older. I gotta pee real quick. And then I'll watch Minsley's video. We got like 2 hours left. What if we are fate or making the decisions for the timelines? I definitely think that we are able to defy fate. I believe that we are able to change the outcomes of this universe 100%, no matter what that theory says. I believe that what we are doing every day is changing the universe. Not the universe, sorry. It's changing the world of Teyvat. As we can see what the Traveler could say and choose what they do say. Yes. Exactly. And while everything we do may not change things like immediately, like we might not see the immediate effects of everything we do, I do believe that we are changing the outcome of Teyvat. Certain things are being changed as we go along here. And we'll see the complete form of everything we've changed once we go to fight HP, probably. Or somewhere along the lines here, you know? And like I said, it's also why I believe that the border is getting a little bit more out of control, that Alice is needing to handle, because we're changing fate so much that these abyssal manifestations are getting increasingly more powerful. So Alice is having to step up and seal the border more than she ever has before. That's my thought. That's my theory. Okay, let me go pee. All right. Minsleaf. Genshin's new ASMODAY lore is actually terrifying. I agree. This is about to be answers we've been looking for, hopefully.
About the Luna 6 livestream, and honestly, I don't even... We need to talk about the Luna 6 livestream, and honestly, I don't even know where to start. Because why was it glitching in the beginning? Are they changing the loading screen or something? DORNMAN port is finally releasing after 5 years of being teased, and we're seeing Jean and Barbara's father for the first time in game. And finally, ASMODAY's Temple of Space. After not
sketchy,
it feels
man.
Like lore drop after crazy lore drop. Out of everything in this livestream, the thing that grabbed me the most was the Temple of Space. Because I think it tells us a lot of things. What kind of god ASMODAY actually is, and what her plan might be. Most players know Asmodae as the infamous god from the opening cutscene. She is the ruler of space, one of the 4 shades created by the Heavenly Principles, after they descended to Teyvat from outer space and went to war with the 7 sovereigns. She is the one who stopped the Traveler and their sibling when they tried to leave Teyvat during the Cataclysm. She called herself the sustainer of Heavenly Principles, condemned the arrogation of mankind, and then attacked them with dark red cubes that look a lot like the cubes seen during Conria's destruction. Because of her, the Traveler fell into a 500-year sleep, and by the time they woke up, their powers were sealed and their sibling was gone. Meanwhile, the sibling had already awakened long before and gone on to become the leader of the Abyss Order. Asmodae's current whereabouts are unknown even to the other shades. Issaroth speculated that she may have switched sides, and Renova basically says she would never do that unless she loved her new master more than herself. That line has been living in my head ever since the God's Limits teaser. The last time we even see Asmodae is during the Travelers meeting with their sibling in Natlan during the Space and Time for You Archon quest. A portal closes at the end, like she may have been eavesdropping on the conversation. So Luna 6 is giving us a mysterious new realm called the Temple of Space, and it looks like it may be giving us a trail that leads directly to the missing shade.
We interrupt this lore spiral to bring you news from today's sponsor.
Today's video is sponsored by Aniva. Aniva makes topping up your favorite games ridiculously easy. We get to the temple for sponsoring today's video. The way we get to the Temple of Space is actually insane. The New World quest starts at the Sanitarium in DORNMAN port, where there's a Barbados statue that opens a path to the sky. That instantly caught my attention because,
you know, goddamn Venti, man. Wait, the Venti, dude. Venti has some explaining to do. Venti knows so much. That guy, you want to talk about somebody who's been just playing dumb the whole time? That is that man right there. In the Care Bear quest, we were seeing the Abyss Twins' memories with the creator of the Abyss Order. We/Abyss Twin are the one who helped him. We gave him the hope to go to the cave with the crystal that made him think all those things that make the Abyss Order to rebel against the gods. The Abyss most likely came here because we, Abyss Twin, came here and experienced all those things could have happened. The Abyss most likely came here because we/Abyss Twin came here and experienced all those things that could have happened. So that's an example. But I also say with Columbina's whole situation, right? Would Columbina have even been able to return to the planet if it wasn't for us, because Sandrone had to incorporate us into her world formula in order to complete her calculations and her the seal in order to get Columbina to actually return. We were the main element there that was able to get Columbina to return to the planet. And you could basically assume that was kind of just like, maybe, I'd have to relook again, but maybe like the end of her causality loop. And pretty much if she's not able to come back, is she ever able to actually get the Trilunar Authority that way? So we were the core part that brought Columbina back. If we never existed, can we honestly say that it was part of Columbina's fate to come back? I don't know. Like, I don't know if we could say that. And that's why I don't think that we have no effect on defying fate in this universe. I don't see a world where the Traveler is written into the fate of the universe by the Heavenly Principles. I don't see that theory being true at all. I just don't. Makes everything, that's like saying everything we just did with Columbina is pointless. It would have happened anyways without us. Like, that's just not true. Dude, you got to. You know, the book right now, I think, to read, I was looking up to get prepped for tomorrow. And Vera's Melancholy. Vera's Melancholy is gonna be the book to be talked about, I believe, in the upcoming days after the World Quest happens.
Because for years, the community has talked about the Teyvatian script at the base of the Animo Archon statue in Mondstadt. When translated, it means Gateway of Celestia. Now, we finally see something like that happen for real, except instead of taking us straight to Celestia, this portal leads us to the Temple of Space. It's described as a repository of fragments created by ASMODAY, essentially her museum.
That's what I said.
The temple are
A
made
museum.
up of elevated landscapes taken from different civilizations across Teyvat and preserved there. It's an amalgamation of many civilizations, all cut up and stored in one place. Even the gameplay seems built around manipulating space inside this realm. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if in the future we get to play with time too. Imagine getting to Conria and swapping between the past and present to solve puzzles and stuff. But the thing that
Sounds an awful like Amphorius.
really makes me suspicious was one of the reasons we're going into the temple in the first place. There's a girl named Zeitland who needs help finding an important relative. Okay, sure, Istaroth. The name Zeitland might have come from Zeitel, a Yiddish name meaning child of Zeitel, and also of Zeit, meaning time. So put it together and it means child of time.
Interesting.
Istaroth, you're not so slick. Istaroth is the goddess of time and the thousand winds. Venti himself used to be a wind sprite before becoming an Archon, and one of his abilities was shapeshifting. The form he uses now was modeled after the nameless bard. So if Venti as a wind spirit could do that, then I wouldn't put it past Istaroth to be able to do something similar. And if Zeitland really is Istaroth in NPC form, then that would mean the goddess of time is actively searching for ASMODAY. And honestly, that would make perfect sense because ASMODAY is missing. The Shades don't know where she is, and it's implied she betrayed Celestia and now serves a new master. Which brings us to the question I keep coming back to. Who is ASMODAY's new master? There aren't many people who make sense so far. For a while, one possibility I kept brushing aside was the Traveler's sibling, but there's not much evidence backing it up. The only connection I could find was that they both seem to be against Celestia as of now. But then the trailer may have revealed some new
as we should be
evidence. Because look at what the Temple of Space actually is. It is full of preserved fragments of ancient civilizations. That means, theoretically, if a civilization were to be destroyed, traces of it could still exist here. My mind immediately went to Conria. Because what if ASMODAY preserved part of it? What if she captured its space or saved a snapshot of it before it was fully lost? The Traveler's sibling is currently in the process of recreating Conria. The sibling was said to have used the memories of surviving Conrians and Dainsleif, poor guy, to form a new Conria, but it still needs something crucial. A physical place in the world where its ley lines can rest and where that recreation can truly take hold. So I can't help but wonder whether ASMODAY and the sibling could be working together in some way. ASMODAY would be the one being in Teyvat most associated with the power to carve out and preserve space itself. One of the watchers in the temple says this place exists only to preserve. All innovation, all evolution is forbidden here. His name is Melanta, which resembles Melantha, a name associated with a dark flower or black blossom. But it also makes me think of Melantho from Greek mythology, the disloyal maidservant in the Odyssey who betrayed Penelope. All of this could be a literary nod to the possibility that ASMODAY truly betrayed Celestia. Melantha is a watcher guarding the temple during ASMODAY's absence, and we're told he did not descend into the mortal world, but he has descended into madness. His design really resembles the Heavenly Principles, except with the single wing and halo. It'd be wild if that was hinting at a future fight between the Traveler and the Heavenly Principles, and somehow ASMODAY was prepping us for it. Before Luna 6, all we really knew about ASMODAY was that she could steal people away and control space. But what does that actually mean? Now with Luna 6, it suggests that the space in Genshin doesn't just mean physical location. It could also mean an assigned place, a fixed role, the space something is allowed to occupy within Teyvat's system. And if that's true, then ASMODAY may have been one of the gods suggest that the space in Genshin doesn't just mean physical location. It could also mean an assigned place, a fixed role, the space something is allowed to occupy within Teyvat's system. And if that's true, then ASMODAY may have been one of the gods making sure everything stayed where it was supposed to, with nothing allowed to grow beyond that limit. That lines up disturbingly well with a much bigger pattern in Genshin's lore. Again
For the
and
nails?
again, Genshin seems to treat certain kinds of change as forbidden. In Sumeru, interfering with human evolution is one of the 6 cardinal sins. In Fontaine, Egeria was punished for creating a new human race without the Heavenly Principle's permission. And the game also treats forbidden knowledge or forces from beyond Teyvat as something the world itself rejects. So when Melanza says innovation and evolution are forbidden in the Temple of Space, we're finally seeing one piece of the ideology behind the Heavenly Principles more clearly. As a ruler, she's someone who enforces the rules, and this could be one of them. She was, after all, the sustainer of Heavenly Principles. Maybe she was helping sustain a world where change itself was very regulated, a world where civilizations could exist, but only within certain limits, a world where history could be preserved, but only by being cut off from an unpredictable future. The Temple of Space might reflect Asmoday's old beliefs rather than her current ones. Again, the other shades say she's missing and they suspect treason. Her servants are still maintaining the temple and carrying out its rules, but Asmodee herself is nowhere to be found. So this whole realm might be a leftover structure from the person she used to be and the ideology she once enforced. And if that's the case, then her betrayal becomes a little easier to understand, maybe? Think about it. If Asmodee's role was to keep civilizations frozen, limit growth, and stop progress, then turning against Celestia would make sense. Maybe she finally saw how terrible the system she was protecting really was. Knowing what we know now, we can look at the opening cutscene differently. Maybe Asmodee wasn't only stopping 2 people from escaping Teyvat. Maybe from her perspective, she was stopping something from leaving its assigned role. If you enjoyed this video, please leave a like and subscribe, and I'll see you on the next video.
I'm with it. I'm with it. Now, see, that's what I'm with. I'm with this. I'm with the Asmodee is defying the HP. Ready to slap that sucker with a 2x4. You know what I'm talking about? Ready to blow him to smithereens. Klieg at the bombs. Ready. I'm ready for it, dude. I'm ready for it, man. I'm not ready, but I'm ready to see Asmodee pop off. What I really want to know, Radish, you want to know what I really want to know? I want to know now. With certainty. I hope we get like a definitive point in time when the God's Limit teaser actually happened. You are not pulling in my world ever again. But I really want to know if they went and looked for Asmodee. Like if they went to her temple and looked for her and when they did that. You know what I mean? That's what I want to know. Okay, and then this is a more updated one. This is how Genshin will end. We've heard a bunch of these. Minsley has some logic there, you know. She makes sure if she comes out with a theory, there's logic there. So let's see.
I think Alice may have already revealed Genshin's ending, and Asmodee may have just handed us some very important proof. And now, more than ever, I really believe Traveler needs to become the new Heavenly Principles. I know you've heard me say this already, and you're going to keep hearing me say crazy things, but hear me out with this theory. What Alice says about the Abyss...
I'm just going to stop it right there. I'm going to stop it right there. We will not be the new God. Why? Because our journey will make us realize that there is no need for a new God. Our journey has taught us that the people are great. The people of this world are great. We respect the people of this world. We've interacted with the people of this world from all regions, all nations, all ways of life. And to think that we would ever become a god to dictate over these people will never happen. We will defeat the god and let the people live. Any type of us sitting on a throne will never, ever happen.
this might have finally explained how fate works. Why the siblings' so-called war with destiny makes sense, why Teyvat keeps producing the very thing that threatens to destroy it, and what kind of answer the Traveler may eventually need if this story is going to end without the whole world collapsing.
We interrupt this lore spiral to bring you news from today's sponsor.
Today's video
What's
is
this
sponsored
game?
by PlayStation and the 7 Deadly Sins Origin, a brand new open-world action RPG set in the world of 7 Deadly Sins, telling an original story through Tristan during the untold period between the 7 Deadly Sins and 4 Nights of the Apocalypse. What makes it so exciting is that it turns Britannia into a huge world you can actually explore, with climbing,
It's a pink
gliding,
bear.
underwater exploration, fast-paced action, and a lineup of characters that makes the whole thing feel like a new era for the series. The combat is fast, flashy, and built around team building, tag-based battles, and combination skills that let different heroes and weapons completely change how fights feel. I also like that it's not just about solo.
Bro, the thing about these sponsors that they get on, or not sponsors, but the games that try to be like a Genshin, it really makes you appreciate Genshin's UI. Like, bro, if these aren't the same goddamn buildings in Mondstadt, like, what are we doing? Bro, Genshin's UI is so clean. This looks like Genshin's beta UI. Like, this looks like a beta UI. I don't know. There's just something about it that looks like the fonts ain't right. Like, the fonts just look too basic. It doesn't have its own touch.
Exploration either, because you can team up with friends, explore together, and take on boss encounters as a group, which makes the world feel even bigger. If you love character-driven action and seeing fan
Like, bro, what is that? This is literally just, this is Raiden's plane, bro. Like, I remember when Genshin came out, people want to say it was a Breath of the Wild, Breath of the Wind, whatever the fuck it is. Knockoff. This is literally a Genshin knockoff.
Fan
Look at
favorite
this.
heroes alongside new original characters.
Oh, except
this
you get
really
mounts.
feels like
That's
the
kinda
next
sick.
evolution of the 7 Deadly Sins.
But bro, those are literally buildings in Mondstadt. The two colors, red, like these are literally buildings in Mondstadt. They are actually the exact same.
What makes this even better is that the 7 Deadly Sins Origin is available free on PS5, and PS5 is the exclusive console platform. It was built to feel like a true next-gen RPG experience with lightning-fast load times, ultra-smooth performance, Unreal Engine 5 visuals, and DualSense haptics, and adaptive triggers that add more impact to every swing, clash, and spell. Play for free now on PS5 using the link in the description.
The thing about stuff like this though is it really doesn't matter because as long as the story's good, hey, that's cool.
Pin comment down below. Thank you so much PlayStation and the 7 Deadly Sins Origin for sponsoring this video. In the Luna 5 event, Homeward He Who Caught the Wind, Alice says something we had never heard before.
The essence of the abyss lies in the hatred carried by all the fates that will not come to pass.
And that line changes everything. Up
Yep.
until now, the Abyss to us was this evil corruption or forbidden knowledge, a hostile force from beyond Teyvat. But Alice gives it a much deeper definition. In her words, what the Abyss really is at its core is hatred born from possibilities that were never allowed to become real. She explains that with a small example. If Alice chooses Sweet Madame for lunch, then the version of Alice who chose tea break pancakes instead is gone. That possibility doesn't become real. So every time one thing happens, something else doesn't. One reality is selected and another is discarded. And that tells us a lot about how fate works. Because when Alice says fates that will not come to pass, she makes fate sound much less like one rigid script and much more like a plethora of possibilities. Different routes can exist. Different versions of events can be possible. But some major outcomes still seem fated to happen no matter which path you take. Fate itself seems to favor certain outcomes. Take Varka, for example. The Hex and Circle basically describe a possible version of Mondstadt's history where Varka becomes the hero who faces Dvalin. But in the reality we know, Varka has already gone on an expedition to Nodcry, so that version of events doesn't happen. But it's implied that Dvalin wouldn't have simply escaped his fate forever. Another hero would have come to save Mondstadt instead. Another painful version of the same general outcome would have happened. And once you understand fate that way, Alice's explanation of the Abyss gets much darker. Because if fate keeps selecting one version of reality, then what happens to everything it doesn't choose? Alice's answer is that those denied possibilities don't just simply vanish. Their rejection becomes hatred. And if that's true, then the Abyss is not just an outside threat. It's also a byproduct of how Teyvat is built. The problem may be that the world itself...
Person I'm paired with in my physics won't shut the fuck up about this game, and the fact it looks like a Genshin ripoff low-key pisses me off. Dude, that game... Yeah, I mean, there's a lot in that game that actually looks just like reused Genshin assets. I can give benefit of the doubt, because if you're the type of person like me, we're getting into Genshin Impact now. Like, if somebody would be like, yo, try Genshin Impact right now, I'd be like, there's no fucking way I can try that game, because I'm so far behind, I will never catch up and it will bug me. So, if you're that type of person where, hey, I like the way Genshin looks and I think I could have fun playing it, but I'm way too far behind, it is appropriate for another game to come along that follows the same look and everything and, you know, tells its own story. And that way, those people who would maybe consider playing Genshin but don't because they're so far behind, they have a game to play. So, I can understand it. Like, it has been 6 years since Genshin came out. It's fair for another game to, you know, come along and kind of possibly not take its place, obviously, but follow that same pattern of success. That's fair. But, yeah, to me, Genshin's UI is just so clean, and it has that unique touch to it. It's unique. I don't know. It's got that. It has its own personality. That game didn't look like it had its own personality, though, with the UI at least.
Keeps producing abyssal hatred every time it narrows countless possibilities down into one accepted reality. What makes this even crazier is that the Abyss doesn't seem to be exclusive to Teyvat at all. Skirk's backstory makes it sound like the Abyss exists across other planets too. Although on Skirk's planet, her people had a special adaptability that allowed them to come into contact with the Abyss much more safely than normal. In Teyvat, it seems to become especially violent because of how this world handles fate, truth, and rejection. Alice says that part of her job is maintaining the stability of Teyvat's border, that abyssal energies lie beyond it, and that disturbances there cause those strange phenomena around Nogcry. At first, you might think that just means the false sky, but after what she says in Mondstadt, the border starts sounding like more than just a barrier between us and
100%, I agree.
It may be the boundary between accepted reality and all rejected.
Yes! This is what I was just saying. Yes!
Realities. Alice even says that in the bubble world, some of those unchosen fates came very close to reality, and that is when the Abyss showed its teeth. So the danger is not only that denied possibilities exist, but rather what happens when they get too close to becoming real.
Yes, which is why the border is going crazy, because we are amplifying the amount of fates not coming to reality. Alice, we're putting Alice to work in overtime mode, overdrive, whatever I'm trying to say. She's having to work overtime because of us, okay? I believe this as well.
And if hatred of those denied possibilities is what the core of the Abyss is, then the siblings' goals start to look very different. The sibling says their war with destiny will not end until the Abyss has engulfed the thrones. But after Alice's explanation, it starts sounding like someone who believes the world is unjust at the level of its design. Someone who thinks fate is not just cruel sometimes, but unfair by design. But this doesn't make the Abyss order fully right. Alice is still very clear that the Abyss in its current form is destructive. It doesn't seek healthy...
Wait, hold on. Rewind right here. What is this chapter called? Theory, the Abyss what? The Abyss siblings goal. Makes sense that she says all that lies beyond the border is abyssal energy, because the whole point of the border is that the separation is from the non-existent reality versus reality. Exactly.
Then the siblings' goals start to look very different. The sibling says their war with destiny will not end until the Abyss has engulfed the thrones. But after Alice's explanation, it starts sounding like someone who believes the world is unjust at the level of its design. Someone who thinks fate is not just cruel sometimes, but unfair by design. But this doesn't make the Abyss order fully right. Alice is still very clear that the Abyss in its current form is destructive. It doesn't seek healthy coexistence. It seeks ruin. And the Abyss Order seems to echo that sentiment to a certain degree. But Alice's line makes the sibling side more understandable. It suggests the sibling may be right about the problem even if they are using the wrong method to solve it. And nowhere is that clearer than with Conria. With this logic, we can theorize that the sibling seems to believe Conria's rightful future was denied, and through the loom of fate, they're trying to force that lost reality back into the world. That's why the loom of fate matters so much to them. It's an attempt to use memories and ley lines to make the rejected reality where Conria still peacefully exists real again. But
see, my thought with this, and I don't really know fully how to explain it, but it's like, since we're able to change, which I still think, no matter what that other theory wanted to say, we're able to defy fate, and we're causing these abyssal manifestations to start to form, whatever. Alice is working overtime to secure the border because of all the fates we're changing, right? And yep. And fate's not coming to reality, right? That the sibling could also already know this and forms the Abyss Order to, I don't want to say help Alice, but use his or her own way to manipulate that abyssal energy for his or her own plan, our sibling's plan, you know, for his way to destroy Celestia, let's say. I mean, who knows? He could be working, if Alice is securing these abyssal manifestations left behind by us, he could be working with Alice. Our sibling could be working with Alice to a point. I don't know. I feel like that may be possible. Well, it makes sense. The Abyss manifests in ways that are closest to their intended target because the target is most likely the fate that was chosen. Yeah. Sibling seems to believe Conria's rightful future was denied. Its peaceful existence was a rejected reality.
Future was denied, and through the loom of fate, they're trying to force that lost reality back into the world. That's why the loom of fate matters so much to them. It's an attempt to use memories and ley lines to make the rejected reality where Conria still peacefully exists real again.
Or it's like our sibling is maybe grabbing all this abyssal energy, and let's say it doesn't end up being where we have to wield the power of darkness in order to fight light, in order to fight the heavenly principles at the end of the game. But maybe it's our sibling who carries that role, and we fight side by side with our sibling, leader of the Abyss Order, who has taken in all this dark power left behind by us, that through us and him, we're able to combine our forces again and defeat the HP. That would be badass, let me tell you something. We're the power of light, we got all the elements, we got our sibling harnessing the power of darkness, the abyssal power that we've left behind through all our changes in fate, and boom, put those together and bang! Absolutely demolish the HP. With Klee, of course, because Klee's got to use her bombs somewhere. I mean, Klee's got to be involved in that fight somewhere. That would be a cool ending.
But Hayden immediately warns that after 500 years, their memories are damaged, and a world woven from broken memories would itself be broken. That warning is super important. The answer isn't just
rewind real quick. Hold on.
use memories and ley lines to make the rejected reality where Conria still peacefully exists real again. But Hayden immediately warns that after 500 years, their memories are damaged, and a world woven from broken memories would itself be broken. That warning is super important. The answer isn't just to bring back those denied realities at any cost, because the consequence of that could be catastrophic. There's probably a reason certain realities were denied in the first place, and that is where the three possible paths show up. Either 1, we keep the current world order and keep everything as is, or 2, we force the denied fates to exist simultaneously even though the results may be a catastrophic multiverse of some sorts. So the Traveler may be the only viable third path, an entirely new outcome. an unpredictable variable, if you will. This possibility makes sense because the Traveler is a Descender. Descenders are beings who can transcend Teyvat's laws and influence its fate. And that brings us to the part that may matter way more than people realize. Memory. Because in Genshin, memory is part of the world's architecture. Irminsul is the repository or database of Teyvat's information and memories. And those memories are gathered through the ley lines. That means memory in Teyvat is part of how the world stores what counts as reality. When things are deleted or altered in the Irminsul, the world itself reflects that change. And if rejected fates become the abyss, while memory is one of the ways Teyvat keeps reality stable, then the real issue is in the way the world is designed. Zhongli says the Traveler can act as a backup of sorts for the times and tides of Teyvat. That's a huge clue. Teyvat can lose or rewrite its own truth, but the Traveler can still remember it. And if the abyss comes from the possibilities the world rejects, then the Traveler may be the only one who can still remember what was lost and use that truth to help create a better system. That's also why I think you can't just store denied fates in Irminsul, because Irminsul is part of the world's active memory system. And if incompatible memories can leak back into reality, then putting all those denied fates there could just cause so many problems. We might fry Teyvat's circuits with all that information processing, basically. Alice's Mondstadt explanation shows why that is dangerous. The abyss appeared when unchosen...
That would be how Irminsul goes up in flames.
fates got too close to becoming real. The real problem is, how do we acknowledge these denied fates or let them represent in reality without letting them overwrite the current world? In Genshin, we've actually seen quote-unquote prototypes for what a new world system could look like. The Sacred Sakura in Inazuma shows that a secondary divine tree network can also exist and help stabilize the world without simply replacing the original one. Its network absorbs filth, purifies the land, and keeps dangerous buildup contained even if that buildup still needs maintenance. Then Natlan gives us another example with the Night Kingdom. After Natlan's original ley lines were badly damaged, the Lord of the Night used fragments of the old ley lines to reconstruct a similar network. It became a parallel system with different rules. It means a new world memory system can be rebuilt from fragments and configured differently from the main one. Then you have the Loom of Fate, which is the dangerous version of a similar idea. It proves memory can be used as material for rebuilding reality. It might prove that denied worlds can be pushed back toward existence. But it might also prove how badly that can go if the source memory is broken. And then there's another clue with Durin, which may be one of the most important hints in the entire story. Durin was initially rejected by Irminsul, but later the Hexen Circle and the Traveler took steps that allowed him to be accepted as a different entity. That means the world's acceptance rules can change. Something that did not fit before can later be recognized under a new framework. All of this could lead us to the true ending of Genshin. Not deleting the abyss, not letting every denied reality flood back into the current reality, but changing the rules so that the fates that were automatically rejected no longer have to return as hatred. And this is exactly why the Temple of Space feels so huge right now, because ASMODAY may have already realized something that we didn't before. The Temple of Space is described as a repository of fragments created by ASMODAY, the ruler of space. It makes me wonder if this realm means ASMODAY may have already figured out how to keep rejected realities from crashing the world. But her answer seems to be stasis, to freeze it and archive it. Which seems like a practical answer, but not a compassionate one. It keeps the problem contained, but it doesn't necessarily make things right.
So, is she predicting that what we're going to see during this world quest are things that didn't come to pass?
Because I don't think the final solution is a bunch of parallel universes happily running.
That would be interesting.
In their own little realms. Genshin's own system suggests something more careful than either total reintegration or total erasure. That's why Traveler may need to rise to become the new heavenly principles, or at least to the same level.
Or what if it's strictly, what if this is, yes, her temple, right? But what if it's a temple of just the things that we've actually changed? Like directly, stuff we've been involved in directly. That'd be something, huh? That would be kind of cool. I don't really believe that, but it would be cool.
Of authority. If the current world order keeps allowing the production of abyssal hatred, then the ending may require someone to rewrite the rules of Teyvat to fix it. Traveler may need...
Hey, I'm not rewriting shit. I'm just deleting them. Rules, delete. No rules. Everyone go crazy.
To create a new set of rules for the world, where rejected fates no longer have to become hatred in the first place. A new order where denied fates can be acknowledged without being erased.
See, but here's my question with this whole thing, right? Is this still... partially implies that the heavenly principles is the one who set the rules of the abyss. But that's just not true. Like, the abyss exists outside of Teyvat. And I think it's a fair assumption that the rules that the abyss follows, its manifestation follows, would be the same outside of Teyvat as within Teyvat. In other words, fates that don't come to pass in the real universe form abyssal manifestations the same way they do in Teyvat. I don't know if the HP controls that, because it seems like the HP's main goal is to completely disintegrate any type of abyssal energy. So why would he write a system that would form abyssal energy? Let me re-listen to this and make sure I'm hearing her right.
World, where rejected fates, then the ending may require someone to rewrite the rules of Teyvat to fix it. Traveler may need to create a new set of rules for the world, where rejected fates no longer have to become hatred in the first place.
Like, I feel like she's kind of saying that the rules right now are making the abyss, the abyssal manifestations hold hatred. And they may be amplified within the rules of Teyvat for some reason, but they probably still at their core hold hatred outside of the universe, just the abyssal manifestations in the universe. So, like, how much control would any type of rules in Teyvat hold over that? And the problem is, you can't allow non-existent fates to just continue on, because then you're just going to be overloaded with information. Like, it's like a memory leak. You can't just have all this information still exist, because then the whole system crashes. You need to delete these realities. Otherwise, the whole thing goes down. So, I don't know if that's a rule, one that we would even have access to change, even if it would cause a crash, let's say. But then, like, even if we do, it would cause the crash. So I really don't think that's something we can change. We just have to find a way to... Because if Skirk said that her planet has a different way of controlling the Abyss, maybe we could find a way to rewrite the rules so it isn't as much hatred, but it gets formed into something different.
A new order where denied fates can be acknowledged without being erased, but also without being allowed to crash directly into the current reality.
It just can't happen.
Memory and their ability to preserve the absolute truth, the traveler may be the only one who can remember what was lost, refuse both the old order's unfair system of fate and the abyss's destructive nature, and build a system that no longer turns rejection into hatred. There needs to be a combination of Teyvat's current systems, perhaps, in order to create a new place where denied fates can be preserved and acknowledged under new rules without being allowed to directly overwrite the current world. Teyvat is a world that keeps choosing one reality.
So it kind of seems like we're trying to form an eon. Like, isn't that kind of what Foolie's job is? To remember all of these things? Even the unrealized fates? So we're literally talking about now creating an eon. That would be next level, huh? We end up creating an eon. Holy shit. Imagine that. Teyvat's like the guinea pig for like a mini eon. And then if it works, it ends up forming the eon for the universe to completely get rid of the abyss in the universe. The origins of Foolie. Because, right? I mean, literally, without... You would need just a crazy amount of computing power in order to do this without it crashing. Because there has to be some form of hatred in the abyssal energy in the universe. Otherwise, it wouldn't be consuming the universe. Like, people will... Even if Skirk's planet is said to, whatever she said earlier, learn to use it in a different way other than just it being pure hatred, yeah, sure, we might be able to change it a little bit, but it's still got to have some hatred at its core, man. There's got to be some hatred at the core there. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a problem in the universe as much as it is, according to other people.
Of Tevat's current systems, perhaps, in order to create a new place where denied fates can be preserved and acknowledged under new rules without being allowed to directly overwrite the current world.
That's
Tevat
literally
is a world that
creating
keeps
like a
one
Fooey.
reality and throwing the rest away, and that is always going to create a huge problem. So maybe the ending of Genshin isn't simply the Traveler versus the Abyss, or the Traveler versus the Heavenly Principles. Maybe it's Traveler finally creating a world that no longer has to turn rejected realities into abyssal energy, and stopping the cycle that Tevat is trapped in once and for all. But there is something we don't have an answer to yet. If their Traveler and their sibling are able to absorb abyssal energy...
True, where does it go?
Where does it go? If you enjoyed this video, please...
You know, that is a good question. Because if we're able to do it on Tevat, could we do it in the universe? And if we're able to do it in the universe, then what actually are we? You know what I mean? Is there something else out there in the universe that is also able to absorb abyssal energy? And if so, why is it not being, like, utilized on a grand scale to absorb this abyssal energy? I never thought of that. That's interesting. That is interesting. Yeah, I think if we do figure out a way to rewrite things to not form abyssal energy, we're not only saving Tevat, we'd be saving the universe. And we'd be a genius. So, that's something we have to consider there. But anyways, hey, W. I do think that could be an ending, though. I definitely 100% that could be an ending. It would be really complicated, but it could happen.
Abyssal energy, and stopping the cycle that Tevat is trapped in once and for all.
And honestly, this type of ending, where we save Tevat from the abyssal energy, if we do find a way to solve this, that sets us up for the future of Genshin Impact off-world, off of Tevat. That would be our next journey, saving the universe from abyssal energy. Sick. Absolutely insane. All right, let me go grab this food. And, yeah, BRB. Oh, if I hit this, it'll reset my timer, though. I don't want to hit that, so... I guess it's just stuck on the screen for a second. BRB! Burrito taco. Burrito tacos. Delicioso. All right. What do we got next? What do we got next? Let's see how much time we got. We got an hour? Well, most of the time, we ended on an Ashkai video. And that's about where we're at. Why gold makes dragons. Oh, another 7 Deadly Sins ad. Perhaps there's a reason why most of Rhindaughter's known creations are dragons, a big planet-sized reason. All right, Ashkai, hit me. What do we got today? Okay, can this go back? I'm gonna hide cam while I eat. Here we go. Oh.
We don't talk about Rhindaughter enough. Which is funny because technically speaking, she was our first look into the sinners. And in fact, there was a time when she was thought to be the only sinner and the sole cause of the Conrian Cataclysm. Those were simpler times. But in actuality, Rhindaughter was a simple alchemist, a master of chemia, researching the fundamental principles of life. And most of her known work revolved around that topic. But when looking at her long list of accomplishments, one has to ask, why are there so many abyssal dragons? Okay, maybe so many is a bit of an exaggeration since there are only 3 that we know about, but she still makes more dragons than any other kind of creation. And I can't help but wonder if there's a connection between her research into the fundamental principles of life and her attempts to create dragons. Like, maybe the goal was never to create a dragon in the first place. Maybe she was trying to make something else, and dragons were just a byproduct, a manifestation of her failed attempts.
Dragons are cool,
But if her
though.
primary research topic was the fundamental principles of life,
She makes dragons because they're cool.
then that suggests that there's a deep connection between life itself and dragons. And of course, if all those dragons are abyssal, then there must be some connection between life and the abyss as well. And of course, this mystery was something I just had to investigate, so I set out to answer the question of why Rhindaughter makes dragons. And I found the answer in the book, Flowers for Princess Fischl. And obviously, since I am making this video, I thought the answer was worth sharing. So today, I will be walking you through my investigation of Rhindaughter and dragons and the abyss and why it all connects to Fischl. And listen, I'm as surprised as you that I started looking into a sinner and ended up at Fischl, who is supposed to judge the sinners. I really wonder what kind of surprise I'd be in for if I went looking into the other sinners as well. Now, while we only have time to go into the work of one sinner for today, if the work of that one sinner is not enough for you, then perhaps you'd enjoy the addition of 6 more sins.
Ooh.
Thanks to the sponsor of today's video, 7 Deadly Sins Origin and PlayStation. This latest installment of the 7 Deadly Sins
6
storyline is a
more.
fully open-world multiplayer real-time action RPG following the story of Prince Tristan and his quest to save the world of Britannia from total timeline collapse, which was caused by the activation of a mystical artifact known only as the Book of Stars. But you and Tristan won't have to do it alone. Not only will you be able to recruit allies from a colorful cast of characters, but thanks to a robust co-op mode, you'll also be able to meet other players at the town square, join guilds, tackle challenging multiplayer boss
Oh, wait,
fights,
what?
and
It
you
has
can
all
even
that?
play through the story alongside your friends instead of
Okay,
doing
I
it
didn't
alone.
know it
And
had
this
all that.
massive open
That's
world
kinda
is full of
sick.
secrets to uncover, treasure to discover, and a wide range of unique traversal options, including mounts, which you can find, capture, and train in the open world. And like all good action games, 7 Deadly Sins Origin has robust combat challenges for you to tackle and countless ways to do it, because every character has not 1, but 3 different weapons they can use, and thus 3 different playstyles to master. So you can customize your characters to suit your playstyle. 7 Deadly Sins Origin is available now on the PlayStation 5, so if you'd like to join Tristan and save Britannia, then you can use the link in the description to download 7 Deadly Sins Origin completely for free right now.
shit.
A big thanks to 7 Deadly Sins Origin and PlayStation for sponsoring this video. And now we're going to begin our investigation into the Abyss and Rhindaughter and her draconic creations and their connections to Fischl. And this investigation begins with the most boring of all topics, a cursory look into what we know about the Abyss. In Homeward He Who Caught the Wind, we learned that Barbelith believes the Abyss is the resentment of timelines not chosen, and everything in those timelines that wasn't chosen. And frankly, this is one of the most explicit explanations of the Abyss we've ever received, at least in quest dialogue, because technically speaking, this exact definition is written in the Festering Desire, which was available back in, like, version 1.2. But there is a key difference between the description that is presented in Festering Desire and Barbeleth's theory, and that difference comes down to resentment. Because as explicit as the description in Festering Desire is, it never, ever, ever mentions resentment or any kind of negative emotion. Now, I'm not saying that Barbeleth is wrong exactly, but when two sources agree on one thing but disagree on another, you have to bring the part they disagree with into question. So while our sources agree that the Abyss is made up of discarded material, which we'll talk about later, I think Alice has misled us by describing the Abyss as resentful, because that makes it seem like the Abyss as a phenomenon has emotions, and that's objectively false. Everything we learned and
I don't have a burrito. I have burrito tacos, which are close to a burrito, but not a burrito. And those were so good.
witnessed in Natlan argues the opposite position, that the Abyss is unfeeling and unthinking. And that position is supported by Skirk, who argues that the Abyss is just a natural, neutral force that can be destructive, sure, but it certainly isn't malicious. It's no different from other natural disasters like floods or hurricanes. Those are also powerful destructive forces, but like the Abyss,
Wait, hold on.
What is has emotions, and that's objectively false. Everything we learned and witnessed in Natlan argues the opposite position, that the Abyss is unfeeling and unthinking. And that position is supported by Skirk, who argues that the Abyss is just a natural, neutral force that can be destructive, sure, but it certainly isn't malicious. It's no different from other natural disasters like floods or hurricanes. Those are also powerful destructive forces, but like the Abyss, they do not possess thoughts or feelings. A flood doesn't wreck your home because it hates you. Now that said, I do think there's a good reason that Barbeleth and Alice are arguing for a resentful Abyss, but I think it has more to do with something that is in the Abyss than it does the Abyss itself. But to understand what I mean and why it matters, you need a deeper understanding of how the Abyss works, so stick with me for a second. During her story quest, Skirk told us that the Abyss is the power of the Void Realm, a realm that stands opposed to the Light Realm, and between these two realms stands the human or mortal realm, where to that lies. Now, the Light Realm is also called the Elemental Realm, and it's also the place from which dragons like Nibelung and the Sovereigns come from. So by default, they possess Light Realm power, which is also known as Elemental power, and it is a power which is inherently linked to that of creation. Elemental power specifically is said to make up the building blocks of the world of Tevat, which means that this world was built with light power. So if light power is the power of creation, then the opposite power, void power, should be the power of the uncreation. Notice how I didn't say destruction. That's because I think destruction or erosion actually happens in the human realm, in between the light and void realm. And I think the Mage's Bubble World is actually a pretty good example of this. Think of the Bubble World as a representation of the human realm. Whenever Nicole destroys something in the human realm, it turns into abyssal energy. So she created the world using light magic, then destroyed things in the human realm that were then discarded or placed into the abyssal realm. So the light realm creates, the human realm destroys, discards, or consumes, and the resulting dross ends up in the void realm. That means you can think of the abyss as something like the landfill of the universe. And like a landfill, it is full of everything, both animate and inanimate, which is one of the big reasons why I think it's unlikely that the abyss would naturally exhibit any sort of emotions. But again, we'll come back to that. Now, this creation, destruction, refuse pipeline cannot be a one-way relationship, or else one day you're just gonna run out of light energy, and at that point, all creation stops, and so does the whole world. It would just bring about the apocalypse. So logically speaking, the discarded material in the Void Realm would need to be transformed back into some sort of substance that the Light Realm could use for creation at some point, which would allow for a sustainable closed-loop system. To me, this is kind of like how poop can be composted so it can be used to grow food, which is then eaten and turned into more poop, which then turns into food, and the process repeats, and you get the idea. Nature is full of situations like these because nature is cyclical by design, which means that this process of decomposition and decay that's associated with the abyss is not just important, it is a necessary part of the cycle of life itself, even on a macrocosmic scale. And this cyclical process is actually referenced by Ryandotter and Albedo's description of the 4 stages of alchemy, which is by definition the art of creation and uncreation. The creation process starts with the Nigredo stage, also known as hummus. It's the stage that that represents raw materials, and it's named after the color black, a reference to the richest, darkest, composted soil you can find. And in Genshin, it's also a direct reference to the abyss itself. Abyssal dragons are often referred to as part of the humus stage. Or maybe it's pronounced humus, I'm not actually sure. We gardeners just call it compost, or good dirt. From there, the fully decomposed matter is processed and then purified during the albedo stage, which is named after the color white. I like to think of this stage as like taking a bunch of chaotic matter and sorting it into categories. So if Nigredo is like a box of unsorted random Legos, then the albedo stage is taking those Legos and sorting them into piles based on size, shape, and color. From there, that purified matter is given shape during the rubido or building stage. So it's when you snap all those Lego bricks together. And the alchemical process is considered complete during the citrinitas or gold stage. That is when you reveal your completed Lego tower. Now there are two directions to go from here. Either you can completely smash your tower in an act of destruction and immediately put it back to a Nigredo stage of random chaotic blocks, or you can run through the stages of alchemy backwards and uncreate it by removing each brick individually, placing them back into their neatly ordered and organized piles. Either way, your object goes back to a Nigredo state. And I think this process of uncreation or destruction is what abyssal corrosion actually is. It's alchemy in reverse. It's decomposition. Now, as a force made up of uncreated material, the abyss's only purpose is to be transmuted into a creation. So if the abyss were to have any wishes or will of its own, it would simply be a wish to exist. And that is why, in its natural state, the abyss is predominantly mimetic. If an outside force will not aid in its recreation, it will attempt to create or order itself by mimicking already existing life forms, because that is the natural process of the universe. That is what it is supposed to do. Now, the reason I brought up all this alchemy stuff is because the Bubble World event also references the Traveler's ability to purify the abyss. But Skirk seems pretty certain that the Traveler isn't purifying anything at all. And based on her lines, plus the Fates Course intertwined Wind Glider, as well as how the purification process is visually depicted, it seems as though the Traveler is merely absorbing abyssal energy into their body, where it will eventually be transmuted into the Traveler's unique golden energy. That means they're using their body as a crucible to perform alchemy. They take that raw Nigredo abyssal material and they process it until it reaches its final citrinitas form. Maybe the reason they call it purification is because that's what we call the albedo stage of alchemy, and that's the one that immediately comes after the Nigredo stage. Anyway, my main point here is that the abyss is not inherently resentful. It is just a powerful, neutral, and necessary force that very few people understand and even fewer people can control. And besides, if the abyss were malicious or resentful by nature, then Skirk wouldn't be able to use it to replace her missing limbs. And it also would have been impossible for Skirk's homeworld to peacefully coexist with the abyss, which it did. Because remember, her planet was not destroyed by the abyss, it was destroyed by people who were scared of the abyss. And people are always afraid of things they don't understand. But okay, if the abyss is a neutral force of uncreated material, then why does Barbelith and Alice call the abyss resentful? Well, I personally think it's possible that there is something or someone in the abyss who has not yet fully decomposed, and their lingering will and resentment is being amplified by the abyss's natural inclination towards mimicry. And yes, this is relevant in figuring out why Rhindaughter...
Unless it's a, kind of how Minzleaf was just saying in her video, if the abyssal energy on Teyvat in the rules depicted by the heavenly principles makes the abyssal energy, form some type of emotion of hatred, but only into that. And that's what they're referring to. Maybe they're only talking about the abyssal energy into that Barbalof's talking about, Maybe. I'm just playing devil's advocate here, but I'm kind of with what she's saying, because whatever, and Alice made it clear that this is just what Barbaloff thinks, her best understanding of the abyss, Nothing for sure.
Makes dragons. And yes, we will still be talking about Fischl. You gotta trust the process.
Gotta trust the process,
Talking about discarded
brother.
things full of resentment immediately makes me think of Nibelung for one big reason. See, as far as I can tell, there is no record of the Abyss threatening Teyvat during Nibelung's time ruling it. And as an entity that was born alongside the world, that may have been because he was the creative force that kept the discarded material cycling through the creation process. That way, it couldn't really build up and threaten the stability of the mortal.
Similar to how Pollux's corpse and Starro literally damned the River of Souls instead of doing their duty as the Titan of Death, processing souls and allowing it to flow.
Realm. Alternatively, the world could have just been too young and didn't have enough refuse yet. Again, as far as I can tell, the Abyss only shows up in Teyvat's records around the time Nibelung returns to Teyvat and finds it conquered by the Heavenly Principles. Now, you could argue that Nibelung brought the Abyss back as a souvenir of his stellar journey that he went on with the sole purpose of investigating the abyssal threat in the greater universe, but I don't think that's the case, because in the depiction we have of Nibelung fighting the Heavenly Principles during the War of Funerary Flame, when he returned from his investigation into the abyss of the universe, he has not yet been corrupted by the abyss. He is
I've been saying this too.
Still a pure white dragon. And also, the interpretation that Nibelung was corrupted by the abyss during his journey contradicts what Apep tells us, because she said that Nibelung returned to Teyvat and then told her that the only way to fight the Heavenly Principles was to obtain forbidden knowledge. But this discussion could not have happened before he left for outer space, because the Heavenly Principles wouldn't have arrived yet. So any corruption he would have experienced would have happened in Teyvat and not as a result.
I think that part was talked about. I think DeWitt did a video speaking about this stuff, because I remember discussing it before about what Apep had said, and the timeline doesn't match up. I think that was his video, is how the timeline doesn't seem to match up. That the explanation is that he wasn't actually corrupted when he comes back. There's a time where he comes back and he's not corrupted. 2 premium teams, Flint and Skirt, but I want LINNEA or Chaska, and I don't know who will be suitable more. If you don't have Columbina Zabai, you probably don't need LINNEA.
Yet. So any corruption he would have experienced would have happened in Teyvat and not as a result of his...
But Chaska isn't good in either of those teams either, so... I'm not sure.
Travels. I know it sounds like I'm going off on a little bit of a tangent here, but this is kind of important. Because while forbidden knowledge is sometimes described as a form of abyssal power, I do think the fact that Apep is making a distinction between abyssal power and forbidden knowledge is important. Because it suggests that Nibelung wasn't looking to use the power of the abyss itself, he was instead looking to use the power of something found inside of the abyss. To put it another way, thinking of the abyss as like a big dumpster, Nibelung wasn't looking to dive into the dumpster and then start yeeting pieces of trash at the Heavenly Principles. He instead was diving into the dumpster to find something specific that was thrown into it. So he wasn't looking for anything that was labeled trash, he was looking for something very specific in the trash. Now keep this in mind, because there was one monumental event that occurred right after...
See, I still thought that the abyssal energy actually ended up forming from Nibelung, but not because he brought it back, but because when he returned, the way that he planned the world to go was being overwritten by how the Heavenly Principles wanted it to go. So he formed like abyssal manifestations within himself and kind of self-corrupted from the inside. But it's not as though he brought the power back. Like, he came back, he was chill, cool. Well, I mean, imprisoning moons, whatever he did, right? But he wasn't corrupted by the abyss when he came back. He didn't bring it back. It just happened when he was here because, oh, it's not my planet anymore. Now all these fates that I had planned are unrealized. Oh, shit, now those are forming into abyssal energy. And it could have corrupted him from the inside. But I'm not 100% sure if that's how the logic behind the abyssal energy would work. Like, if that could corrupt him himself from the inside, if you know, that process of things did happen.
Thinking of the abyss as like a big dumpster, Nibelung wasn't looking to dive into the dumpster and then start yeeting pieces of trash at the... I'm going off on a little bit of a tangent here for outer space, because the heavenly principles wouldn't have arrived yet. So any corruption he would have experienced would have happened in Teyvat and not as a result of his travels. I know it sounds like I'm going off on a little bit of a tangent here, but this is kind of important. Because while forbidden knowledge is sometimes described as a form of abyssal power, I do think the fact that Apep is making a distinction between abyssal power and forbidden knowledge is important. Because it suggests that Nibelung wasn't looking to use the power of the abyss itself, he was instead looking to use the power of something found inside of the abyss. To put it another way, thinking of the abyss as like a big dumpster, Nibelung wasn't looking to dive into the dumpster and then start yeeting pieces of trash at the heavenly principles. He instead was diving into the dumpster to find something specific that was thrown into it. So he wasn't looking for anything that was labeled trash, he was looking for something very specific in the trash. Now keep this in mind, because there was one monumental event that occurred right after Nibelung retrieved this so-called forbidden knowledge from the abyssal trash. And that was Nibelung's battle and loss against the heavenly principles. Now what do you think the heavenly principles did with Nibelung after he lost? They probably discarded him, trapped him in the abyss, locked him in the dumpster of Teyvat. And if we compare this scenario with that of the mage's bubble world, then Nicole is effectively acting as the heavenly principles here. She's discarding everything she deems unnecessary or unwanted, and those discarded things eventually turn into abyssal corruption. Now it's important to note that Nicole specifically discards events from her bubble world, and that ends up changing the entire story contained within the bubble. And I think this perfectly encapsulates what I think happened with Nibelung. I think that he probably had a story of the world in mind before he left, the natural course of the world that Teyvat was supposed to follow. But I also think that the heavenly principles threw it out and either left a gap where it should be, or tried to replace it with their own version of the story, which then led to a lot of abyssal corruption throughout the world.
That's what I'm saying,
I would like to propose the idea that forbidden knowledge is the remnants of the original story that Nibelung wrote. And I say this because forbidden knowledge appears to be just memory.
That part right there, that's what I'm saying. But is that what causes him to end up being corrupted by the abyss? Because she's still saying that he's going and looking in the trash.
Pep is making a distinction between abyssal power and forbidden knowledge is important, because it suggests that Nibelung wasn't looking to use the power of the abyss itself, tells us. Because she said that Nibelung returned to Teyvat and then told her that the only way to fight the heavenly principles was to obtain...
I almost believe in the distant past that only forbidden knowledge could give us enough power to defeat the heavenly principles.
Forbidden knowledge. But this discussion could not have happened before he left for outer space, because the heavenly principles wouldn't have arrived yet. So any corruption he would have experienced would have happened in Teyvat and not as a result of his travels. I know it sounds like I'm going off on the abyss. To put it another way, thinking of the abyss into the dumpster to find something specific that was thrown into it. So he wasn't looking for anything that was labeled trash, he was looking for something very specific in the trash. Now keep this in mind, because there was one monumental event that occurred right after Nibelung retrieved this so-called forbidden knowledge from the abyssal trash. And that was Nibelung's battle and loss against the heavenly principles. Now what do you think the heavenly principles did with Nibelung after he lost? They probably discarded him, trapped him in the abyss, locked him in the dumpster of Teyvat. And if we compare this scenario with that of the mage's bubble world, then Nicole is effectively acting as the heavenly principles here. She's discarding everything she deems unnecessary or unwanted.
See, because if he's looking through the trash, for the forbidden knowledge, the abyssal energy that forms after he's back here, and if the abyssal energy is formed because of his story not becoming a reality and it actually being the HP's story that's now being told, is he looking in his original story for the answer to destroy the heavenly principles?
And those discarded things eventually turn into abyssal corruption. Now,
so when he's saying forbidden knowledge, is he just saying knowledge from my original manuscript?
It's important to note that Nicole specifically discards events from her bubble world, and that ends up changing the entire story.
Who is
contained within
Nibelung?
the bubble.
What
And
is
I think
Nibelung?
This perfectly
Where is Nibelung? When is Nibelung?
encapsulates what I think.
Why
happened with
is Nibelung?
I think that he probably had a story of the world.
How is Nibelung?
In mind before he left, the natural course of the world that Tevat was supposed to follow. But I also think that the heavenly principles threw it out and either left a gap where it should be or tried to replace it with their own version of the story. Which
Right, so that's what I'm saying. It's like, what did he find? And if he's looking for it, and the abyssal energy is formed because of his old story, then the forbidden knowledge should be, if we follow this logically, the forbidden knowledge, quote unquote, that he told the Pep he had to find, seems like it would be part of his original story. Maybe we were actually part of Nibelung's script.
then led to a lot of abyssal corruption throughout the world. And to that end, I would like to propose the idea that forbidden knowledge is the remnants of the original story that—
Motherfucker, I just said it! See what I'm saying, dude? I'm onto this shit, brother. I'm onto this shit. I see? That's what I just said.
I say this because forbidden knowledge appears to be just memories. Like in the chasm, forbidden
That's
knowledge
what I'm
was stabilized
saying.
by the
Oh
celestial
man,
nail
man,
and
I'm
converted—
telling you. You know what feels good? You know what feels good? You know what actually feels good? Being on the same page as this lore genius right here. Being on the same page as this genius right here. Let me tell you something. That feels good. I feel like I'm on the right path. I feel like I can see the light. I feel like I can see it.
Into dark mud, which was actually memories that couldn't be tampered with by Irminsul. And these memories are described as not belonging to or rejected by the world itself. And in my opinion, this explains why Nibelung felt like he needed forbidden knowledge to fight the heavenly principles.
Shit,
he was
man.
trying to fight a new copy of the world story with the original copy of the world story. This is very similar to what happened with Durin and Mini Durin, wherein one story was trying to replace the other. And the rules of Tevat do not allow two copies of the same story to exist at the same time, hence why one needs to be discarded. But there also needs to be something in place to keep that version of the story discarded. Otherwise, Tevat's naturally self-correcting behavior of trying to make sure there's only one version of the story will try to default back to its original version. So we're basically in a situation wherein both Nibelung and the Heavenly Principles were trying to write the story of Tevat, but only one version could exist at a time. So the discarded version, which is Nibelung's version in this case, was cast into the abyss. And that's what I think forbidden knowledge is. Now, the reason I think forbidden knowledge is in Sumeru is because of Irminsul. See, Nahida says that the abyss adjusts its shape to match the region that it's in. But if the abyss is just discarded material, then is it not possible that the Heavenly Principles is simply discarding something important from each region? And these so-called customized abyssal disasters are just the abyss trying to restore itself to its original form. But it can't because it's being rejected by Tevat's current ruler. If so, then forbidden knowledge being the original story of the world makes sense in Sumeru because that is where the current version of the story of the world is stored. Now, I think the reason why it was so critical that Nibelung retrieved the forbidden knowledge, the original script and story of the world, is because it's not just the story of Tevat, it's the story of Nibelung. If we were to look at Durin as an allegory for Nibelung, then we should note that Mini Durin, the new Durin, was born from a storybook that contained an entire world. A storybook world that was written and created specifically for him, which means that the story within that storybook world is Durin's story. Durin's story is that of Simulanka, and because he was born alongside it and as a result of it, he cannot be separated from it, even as his story was merged into another story. Simulanka is still a core part of his identity and a core part of him. Now, likewise, Nibelung was born alongside Tevat, so that would make Tevat his storybook world. And like Durin, I don't think that you can separate Nibelung from Tevat because the story of Tevat is the story of Nibelung. If you were to act like Nicole with respect to her bubble world and just discard whatever you didn't like whenever you wanted to, you wouldn't just be getting rid of parts of the world, you'd be getting rid of parts of the main character of that world.
True.
And in the case of Tevat, that was Nibelung. That means that the Heavenly Principles was slowly eroding the power of the dragon over time, and his foray into Tevat's abyss was to retrieve the missing pieces of himself. His own story, which had been labeled Forbidden Knowledge. Now, I'm not just making some wild random claim because it feels good, I actually do have rationale for this. But to explain it, we're gonna have to step into the real world for a little bit.
Ooh, immersive
so Nibelung
theater.
gets his name from the German epic Nibelungenlied, or
here we go.
Song of the Nibelung. In this context,
We know this.
Nibelung specifically refers to a clan or lineage of people that's featured within the epic, making this epic the story of the Nibelungs. Now, HoYoverse as a company loves the Song of the Nibelungs, and they reference it every chance they get. But they are particularly fond of Richard Wagner's operatic interpretation of the tale, The Ring of the Nibelung, or The Ring Cycle. Now, if this were any other video, this is the point where I would start giving you guys a synopsis of the plot and telling you which parts of it Genshin is referencing and where. But today, I actually want to focus more on Wagner himself and why HoYoverse is fixating on this opera in particular. See, Wagner had a very interesting philosophical stance on the arts, especially when it came to the theater. To Wagner, the theater was like the truest form of art itself because it could make use of every artistic discipline. Fashion, architecture, sculpture, song, dance, poetry, prose. The theater could make use of it all. But Wagner also hated the theater of his time because he felt as though no performance was able to achieve a true synthesis of all the arts. So he made it his dream to create the perfect theatrical production, the perfect synthesis of every type of artwork in one glorious show. He called this idealist theatrical concept Gesamtkunstwerk, or the holistic work.
Gesamtkunstwerk. Got it.
Because it was an artwork that was meant to contain all other artworks. And after 26 years, he completed his own Gesamtkunstwerk with the publication of the opera Ring of the Nibelung. All this to say that Gesamtkunstwerk is Nibelung, not just for Wagner, but for Genshin as well. In Flowers for Princess Fischl, see, I told you we'd get here, the Doomsday Beast threatening the Immernachtreich is literally called Gesamtkunstwerk. And although it's referred to as the Beast of the World and not a dragon specifically, the of the world descriptor does line up with how Nibelung was born alongside the world of Tevat. And I am dead certain it is supposed to be a dragon, because during the second Golden Apple Archipelago event, the narrator reads us several excerpts from the Flowers for Princess Fischl books. And we also get to witness a play about Fischl, and in both of these stories, the Immernachtreich is threatened not by the Gesamtkunstwerk beast of the world, but by the dragon Tarask. And the Tarask is almost certain to be the Gesamtkunstwerk beast, because the beast is described as having a battle strength of around 30. And in Dungeons & Dragons Forgotten Realms, the Tarask has a challenge rating of 30. Battle strength and challenge rating are basically the same thing, and I want to thank Argentum for pointing this out.
Thanks, Argentum.
And I know that this Dungeons & Dragons reference feels a bit random and probably irrelevant, but I think anyone who's skeptical about this comparison should just go to the Forbidden Realms wiki and click around. I think you'll find the dominoes stack up rather quickly. But the main takeaway here is that the Gesamtkunstwerk beast is Tarask, and both of them are dragons, and both of them are beasts of the world, okay? Bottom line.
Got it.
Now, in Flowers for Princess Fischl, Gesamtkunstwerk is mentioned alongside an unknown opera writer, which is a very obvious reference to Wagner, and also the main reason why we know that this term is referring to his works and philosophies specifically, rather than some more generic usage of the term. Now, does this distinction matter? Yes, it does, because Wagner's ideal Gesamtkunstwerk stimulated every one of the human senses. His theater was completely dark except for the spotlights on the stage. Music obscured the sounds outside the building. The set pieces were convincing enough to make the audience believe that they were looking at a real place. And the actors moved with such passion that the audience shared a single
Oh my god,
response.
is that makeup or is his head really dented like that?
And the actors moved with such passion that the audience
That's gotta be additional makeup. What's up, man? That's gotta be additional makeup. There's no way his head's that dented.
Shared a single emotional response to every plot twist in unison. See, Wagner's Gesamtkunstwerk wasn't just theater. It was
she keep saying that?
immersive theater, a phantasmagoria, if you will. It was a performance that was so encapsulating and engrossing that the audience forgot about the world beyond the stage. And this was exactly what Wagner wanted. He wanted the audience to be convinced that the stage was the entire world, that his Gesamtkunstwerk was the world, that Nibelung was the world. Neuvillette vision story actually makes a lot more sense once you think of Nibelung as a manifestation of the world of Tevat itself. The text says that after Nibelung was defeated during the War of Funerary Flame, the heavenly principles and another unknown entity created the Gnosis for the sole purpose of, quote, subduing and controlling the resentments and loathing of the world. Note that it doesn't say the abyss. So my thought is that after being defeated, the world, or rather Nibelung, would have been full of resentment and perhaps formed the basis of Tevat's abyss. Because if Nibelung is the world, then everything that is discarded within the world is also a part of Nibelung. So while the abyss as a phenomenon may not be a resentful thing, Nibelung had the will the size of a world because he was a world, so he was very likely the source of the resentment that Barbeleth talks about. And in Chenyu Vale, Ling Wang and Fujin explain that the abyssal miasma was a symptom of the earth resisting change, and that the natural order of the world was actually being suppressed. And that lines up with what we know about the Gnosis and also about the celestial nails, because those also suppress the abyss. Now, what do you think happens when the natural order of the resentful old world can no longer be suppressed? Well, if we look at Durin as an example, then we would assume that—
Oh, and I gotta pause here for a second. So are we saying, like, I was saying that Nibelung and what his story was not coming to fruition formed the abyss in Tevat. But is she heading towards the way that not only did his story not being the one to form, become the abyss, but also Nibelung is now the main being of the abyss? Is that where she's gonna go with this? I feel like that's where we're heading. He's sealed away in the abyss. His story exists as abyssal manifestations. So he's not dead, he's just the abyss? I feel like that's where she's going.
The abyss takes over, right? And if that happened worldwide, well, that sounds like the start of the apocalypse to me, which is very appropriate thematically since the dragon, Gesamtkunstwerk,
which would mean that these this border that Alice is also working against is not only because of us, but possibly because Nibelung is waking up. He's getting a little bit more juice in him.
is a herald of the end times in Flowers for Princess Fischl, and his secondary title of Beast of the World may actually be a reference to the Beast of the Earth from the Quran. Because this Beast of the Earth, or Daba Min al-Ard, I'm sorry, I tried, is also a beast that appears during the end times, and it gets its name because it comes from beneath the earth. You know, the same place where the abyss in Tevat is supposed to be. A similar story appears in the Bible where the Beast of the Earth emerges from underground at the end times, and it's one of 3 beasts, each related to a 7-headed dragon that was trapped in the abyss and represents the power opposing God, which in our case would be the heavenly principles, so that kind of lines up with Nibelung. Interestingly, the Daba also exists as a plurality, meaning the term doesn't just refer to one beast, but also many, and sometimes the amalgamation of many beasts. And that lines up with what we see in Flowers for Princess Fischl, because there it says that when the Gesamtkunstwerk appears on Tevat, many other beasts of the world will appear throughout the universe. So not in Tevat, but the whole universe. Which does raise the question as to whether or not Nibelung's current alleged predicament is not unique to Tevat, but has happened to multiple planets, which would have created a sort of legion of vexed dragons that command the abyss within the depths of space. Of course, this is providing that Flowers for Princess Fischl is accurately describing some true aspects of Genshin's universe, which I personally think it is, because, you know, it was written by Nicole, the history enthusiast, and also her Sealy buddy, Mr. 9. And they tend to base their stories on at least a few granules of truth. And it is within these little grains of what I perceive to be truth that I found the answer to my original question: why Rhine-Daughter makes so many dragons.
Hold on,
so
quick little rewind.
Up with Nibelung. That is supposed to be. A similar story appears in the Bible where the beast
Not here, here.
Interestingly, the Deba also exists as a plurality, meaning the term doesn't just refer to one beast, but also many, and sometimes the amalgamation of many beasts. And that lines up with what we see in Flowers for Princess Fischl, because there it says that when the Gesamtkunstwerk appears on Tevat, many other beasts of the world will appear throughout the universe. So not
throughout the universe.
Many other beasts of the world will appear throughout the universe. So not in Tevat, but the whole universe. Which does raise the question as to whether or not Nibelung's current alleged predicament is not...
See, I guess we don't have a timeline. But is what she's hinting at here, I just want to see if I'm understanding this correctly and what she's saying, that Nibelung is patient zero for the abyss in the universe? Once it takes the stage in the opera theater of the apocalypse, many more beasts of the world that reside within the center of the universe will inexorably begin to appear as well. But no, that can't be it. I guess it could be. Like Nibelung or the HP, I don't know if this is what she's saying. I could be totally misinterpreting this or misinterpreting what she's saying. But to me right now it sounds like she's saying Nibelung or the HP coming in and rewriting Nibelung's story allowed him to be this twerk thing and then started the abyss manifestations, which then form throughout the rest of the universe. So Nibelung is patient zero for the abyss in the universe. Is that what she's kind of saying here?
Will appear throughout the universe. So not in Tevat, but the whole universe. Which does raise the question as to whether or not Nibelung's current alleged predicament is not unique to Tevat, but has happened to multiple planets, which would have created a sort of legion of vexed dragons that command the abyss within the depths of space. Of course, this is providing that Flowers for Princess Fischl is accurately describing some true aspects of Genshin's universe.
Or it could have happened a different way, where this happened on a different planet and then it ended up happening here as well because it happened somewhere else.
Which I personally think it is, because, you know, it was written by Nicole, the history enthusiast, and also her steely buddy, Mr. Nine. And they tend to base their stories on at least a few granules of truth. And it is within these little grains of what I perceive to be truth that I found the answer to my original question: why Rheindotter makes so many dragons. So Rheindotter is an alchemist, and like most alchemists, she intends to one day produce a magnum opus, also called the Great Work, Masterwork, Holistic Work, or Philosopher's Stone. Traditionally, a magnum opus would require the alchemist to take the prima materia, more on that in a second, and manipulate it through the 4 alchemical stages that we talked about earlier: nigredo, albedo, rubedo, and citrinitas. The prima materia is described as the most primordial form of matter.
What the hell is that? Oh, it's a different game. I thought I missed the whole thing for a second. I was so confused for 0.5 seconds.
Trinitas. The prima materia is described as the most primordial form of matter, akin to the boundless chaos that existed at the beginning of time, which to me sounds like the abyss. Heck, even Jung calls it the abyss, and Genshin loves referencing Carl Jung, or at least referencing the stuff that Carl Jung based his work on. Hard to say. Now, the prima materia is directly connected to the concept of the anima mundi, or the world soul, which is precisely what I think Nibelung is supposed to be. And my reasoning is based in both Hermetic and Jungian alchemical philosophy. For starters, the anima mundi is supposed to be the spirit of nature, the soul that inhabits the body of the earth, and as a soul, it represents the alchemical element of air, ether, or vapor. So I think Nibelung is appropriately named because the root word for the name, Nibel, means mist, fog, vapor, or cloud. Now, conveniently, the anima mundi is supposed to be the soul of all things, which means it takes the shape of a blend of all living beings, hence why it's sometimes called the monstrum hermaphroditum. So like a hermaphrodite hermaphroditic monster. But when the Anima Mundi is referred to in a mythological sense, it's almost always referred to as a serpent, dragon, fish, raven, or a bird without wings. Now I want to pause here for a second because we have
A bird without... What the hell is a bird without wings? Pointless? Useless?
basically just described the Asiatic dragon, a wingless, serpentine manifestation of the natural order of the world that appears as a mixture of many different animals. This description, by the way, also fits the Daba, our resident beast of the earth.
That's
Coincidence? Right. I'm not convinced. I would also like to point out that Ryandaughtr wasn't just an alchemist. She was an artist who practiced alchemy through her artwork, similarly to Albedo, who loves to draw things into existence. Rift wolves, for example, are said to be her discarded drawing.
That's like Graphia. Or well, I mean, it's like Imagineum in Honkai now, HSR. And Plan Arcadia.
And if her other abyssal monsters were created in a similar way, then they would have all had to have been products of art of some sort, right? So it's interesting to note that there is a similarity between alchemy's pursuit of the great work and the artist's pursuit of the Gesamtkunstwerk, which in modern times has come to be known as just the ideal artwork. To me, both of these things are just the creation of worlds. Alchemy is trying to unravel the mysteries of the physical world and ultimately find a way to create a physical world, whereas the greatest thing an artist could ever create is a world through their artwork. So my hypothesis is that Ryandaughtr makes dragons because she is studying the art of creation, and the ultimate form of creation is a world, because a dragon encompasses the form of all things. If those things have been created or chosen, then you would have a dragon representing all created and chosen things. And if those things have been uncreated or not yet chosen, then that dragon would represent the infinite possibilities, all the things that could be created or timelines that could be chosen. So with all that in mind, I am of the opinion that the abyssal phenomenon that is spreading throughout the universe, not just into that, may in fact be mostly benign. It's just a glut of uncreated prima materia.
Or, hear me out, what if, since she tapped into the abyss, she's speaking with Nibelung in abyssal form and she's just trying to recreate him and plant his consciousness in a new dragon, but it hasn't worked out so far. She's trying to create him as the world again to put him in it, to bring him out. Huh. What about that? What if the answer is just as simple as that?
Then that dragon would represent the infinite possibilities, all the things that could be created or timelines that could be chosen. So with all that in mind, I am of the opinion that the abyssal phenomenon that is spreading throughout the universe, not just into that, may in fact be mostly benign. It's just a glut of uncreated prima materia, and I think this glut may have been caused by an increase in dying worlds or dying dragons, some of which may have died due to natural causes, because, you know, nothing lasts forever, but some of them may have forcefully been discarded like Nibelung. So they, like Nibelung, may have resentments that lingered in the depths of the abyssal matter. And this could have made the abyss appear to be aggressive and threatening to civilizations like the one the merchants who visited Skirk's planet belonged to. They would have been understandably terrified of it. So when they saw Skirk's people coexisting with their world and its associated abyssal prima materia, they immediately labeled it as a threat despite their hypothetical dragon world soul having no hostile intent. Now, all this stuff about abyssal dragons might sound at odds with what I said earlier about dragons coming from the light realm, except it's not. Remember that the light realm is the power of creation, while the void or abyss realm should be made up of discarded creations. And you can't just create or discard indefinitely without creating an imbalance between the two realms. The relationship must be cyclical in order to maintain balance between the realms. And that's why I think the alchemical process is a representation of this relationship. And the fun part about this idea is that in Chinese Taoism, the dragon is the symbol for alchemy because the dragons are a symbol for transformation, or transmutation. This is in part because dragons are manifestations of the natural world, and thus they rule over the cyclical nature of nature. And these ideas can actually be found in Hermetic alchemy because the alchemical dragon of Hermeticism often takes the shape of an Ouroboros, an entity that constantly consumes and renews itself, a wingless serpent that represents the cyclicality of nature. This draconic ring represents the life cycle of the world, the ring cycle. And if a dragon is also the soul of the world, or just the world itself, then the body of a dragon is also the crucible for the alchemy of life. It is both light and dark, and everything in between. And you know who else uses their body as a crucible for alchemy, turning abyssal power into light power? That's right, it's the Traveler. And they also have a will to rival the world because they're a descender, meaning they potentially have the ability to perform the role of a dragon, which is a very interesting concept when you start noticing all the stories and legends in Teyvat which talk about heroes becoming dragons by the end of their stories. And also when you remember that people like Renee, who attempted to become a descender like the Traveler, did so by melting down their body into its base material, which in this case was primordial seawater, and then fusing with all sorts of other people, which turned themselves into a mixture of every person that they consumed. And that is why Narcissenkreuz is referred to as a dragon throughout the questline. A dragon is just a chimeric creature. It's what you call a mixture of multiple or all life forms. And this Renee turned Narcissenkreuz was actually preparing for an apocalypse, which in his case was a nationwide flood of primordial seawater. But for Teyvat, an apocalypse probably looks a little bit more biblical. Something like a day of judgment and resurrection. And if we look at the apocalypse as it is presented in Flowers for Princess Fischl, we'll notice that it is indeed described as a day of judgment, where the Gesamtkunstwerk return to devour all things within the Immernachtreich, or Night Kingdom, a kingdom of darkness. And the Immernachtreich is where all things in existence will end up one day, meaning the Immernachtreich is the abyss, and it is the Gesamtkunstwerk that will devour it. And the way the book describes this event is actually quite similar to the description of the quest item Tears Among the Stars. You know, that thing that we get from defeating the all-devouring narwhal. A whale, or leviathan from space. And also the source of the apocalypse that Narcissenkreuz was trying to avoid. And if you draw parallels between the narwhal consuming the primordial sea and the Gesamtkunstwerk consuming the abyss, then you should also make note of how this item says that when the universe is nearly dead, a new world will move for the first time in the belly of a whale. Whales are a type of leviathan, and leviathans are a type of dragon. Ergo, worlds are born in the bellies of dragons, because dragons are alchemical crucibles of the universe. These worlds are made of and by dragons, and so dragons are born of the world and become the spirit of the world, because the world is them. It's made of pieces of them. So I personally think that when the apocalypse finally does come to Teyvat, because it should eventually, it will mark the return of Nibelung, and he will try to devour everything, reducing it to its rawest form before recreating it to match his original vision and not the vision of the heavenly principles. Nibelung will attempt to recreate himself and the world that represents him. But there is one very important final aspect to this. Flowers for Princess Fischl also says that both Fischl and—
Does that mean we're gonna have to fight Nibelung too? Or maybe they fight again and then we fight the winner.
And the world that represents him.
Because let's be real, we can't let Nibelung just devour the world. I mean, we can't allow that to happen at this point, right? Right?
One very important final aspect to this. Flowers for Princess Fischl also says that both Fischl and her raven Oz are also beasts of the world. They are also considered Gesamtkunstwerks. In fact, Fischl is the one who is supposed to bring the judgment of the apocalypse. And Fischl is the one who is supposed to have the entire realm of the Immernachtreich existing inside of her. All things dead, discarded, or decaying eventually find rest inside Fischl. In fact, the entirety of the Immernachtreich is supposed to be inside Fischl. And in light of that, it's very interesting that the Anima Mundi is also referred to as a fish or a raven sometimes. isn't it? Now note that Fischl is the hero of her story. She is the sword-wielding princess that defeats the previous dragon. But, as the legends of Teyvat say, the hero eventually becomes the dragon. So I would like to propose the possibility that Fischl is, allegorically at least, Nibelung. But to be even more specific, I think that Fischl is the traveler while Oz is Paimon. And as a descender, the traveler will become a vessel for every will within the world, and will thus become the hero that becomes the dragon who rebirths the world. Although I do think it's worth noting that Paimon is the one who gets called a fish all the time, and she's also the one with the crown befitting of a princess, and her gender stays the same regardless of the twin that you pick at the start of the game. So it's very possible that Paimon is the one who's actually Fischl, and in fact, you could argue that the traveler is the sword that the prinzessin wields. Sure, Paimon might be useless now, but Fischl was also really useless in the play The Sword-Wielding Princess. She didn't actually become the sword-wielding princess until the very end of the story. But speaking of sword-wielding fish and outlanders, while I know she's not a descender, the game tends to place Skirk in a similar category. And I can't help but think about how much everything we've talked about so far fits Skirk's profile. And it's also worth pointing out that it is Skirk's artifact set that tells the story of Nibelung, and also her journey to learn the truth about what happened to him. And the way Nibelung describes himself in that set lines up a little too well with how Fischl is described by her narrator in her own story. Makes you wonder if there's a deeper reason as to why Skirk is investigating all of the history of Teyvat. In fact, Skirk's fish-like form and mastery over the abyss and ability to wield a sword has me wondering if she actually possesses the ability to become the hero that becomes the dragon that rebirths her homeworld. That makes her not a descender of Teyvat, but a descender of an entirely different planet altogether. And her relationship with Sertologi's pet, the all-devouring narwhal, is also interesting in this context, because not only does it have a sword-wielding hero in its stomach, but its in-game file name is Ptah-Ur. Ur being the name of a location in Mesopotamia, the cradle of civilization, and Ptah being the name of the Egyptian creator deity that created the world through language. So he literally spoke it into existence. And this is relevant because the dragon creation magic does seem to have its roots in the spoken and written word. I made a whole video about it if you want the full breakdown, but what I didn't cover in that video was how a dragon is the manifestation of the story of the world, which can symbolically be represented by a storybook, which is written into existence. Kinda makes you wonder if this narwhal is supposed to be the equivalent of Skirk's Paimon, eventually. Now, the all-devouring narwhal sometimes drops a lightless mass, which describes an endless darkness that glimmers with tiny specks of light. Those lights will eventually ignite bright and brilliant flames, and each flame is presumably a story, at least metaphorically. See, the Hexenzirkel wrote this book, The Little Witch and the Undying Fire, wherein a witch traveled the universe in search of the undying fire, which turned out to be the story of a dying witch. And the title of Undying Fire has since been passed down to Durin, who is a dragon born of a storybook and the author of his own story. So I think that these little lights are actually divine sparks, which in Gnosticism represent fragments of God, but in alchemy are related to the anima mundi. Because just as a tiny light is born of the darkness, so too is the anima mundi born of the prima materia. The light that makes the world comes from the abyss. And if God in this case is just a manifestation of the story of the world, then fragments of that story should be stories within the story of the world. And I think those stories are represented by visions, because they are tied to dreams, wishes, and fate is basically the story of an individual. And plus, visions use the power of light. Also, Fischl's Gesamtkunstwerk was supposed to devour the dreams of the world and bring forth a new world from them, meaning all those little stories were going to be combined to make one bigger story, a world story, a Nibelung. Because Nibelung isn't really the name of the Dragon King at all, but it's instead what we call the manifestation of all life forms who collectively make up the world soul of Teyvat. The real Dragon King was always a nameless ruler. Nibelung is just the name of the lineage of the world, and the cosmic dragon that originally spoke the world into existence merely inherited the name Nibelung because they were the ones who sang the song of the world, the song of the Nibelungs. And this is why Rheindotter made so many dragons. Before switching focus to make primordial humans, which are vessels that could birth worlds and the dragons that embody them. Hey, welcome to the end of the video, and thanks for sticking with me through this
Who is Nibelung? What is Nibelung? Where is Nibelung? When is Nibelung? Why is Nibelung? How is Nibelung? Holy shit, dude. That's a very good point.
Kind of windy path. Now, for those of you who play Star Rail, this is indeed the Genshin version of the whale fall theory I made a while back. Took me a little while, but I did finish it. Now, while the names of my Chaos Enablers, who we sometimes call channel members, scroll on by, I want to share a very relevant and fun fact. Did you know that the etymology of the word spell, as in magic spell, actually comes from the Old English word for story? It's true. So when people say stuff like come and sit for a spell, they're not referring to a unit of time, but are instead inviting you to sit down long enough to share a story or two. And in light of that, I think the idea of linking witches with the power of stories is both fascinating and appropriate. And it also helps to explain why Anders' daughter was held in such high esteem. Stories are the root of all magic. Anyway, thank you for sticking with me through this roller coaster of a theory.
That's a fun fact of the
I appreciate
day.
you watching it all the way through, and providing my editor hasn't obliterated me for accidentally doubling the original length of this thing, I'll hopefully see you in the next video. So until then, take care of yourselves, and ta-ta for now.
Damn. Oops. So it's more so like. Let me listen to that. Let me listen to this last part again.
Who collectively make up the world soul of Nibelung isn't forth a new world from them, meaning all those little stories were going to be combined to make one bigger story, a world story, a Nibelung. Because Nibelung isn't really the name of the Dragon King at all, but it's instead what we call the manifestation of all life forms who collectively make up the world soul of Teyvat. The real Dragon King was always a nameless ruler. Nibelung is just the name of the lineage of the world, and the cosmic dragon that originally spoke the world into existence merely inherited the name Nibelung because they were the ones who sang the song of the world, the song of the Nibelungs. And this is why Rhine-Daughter made so many dragons.
So, like, Nibelung's not the being we thought it was, according to this. So where I said earlier, like, Nibelung's in the abyss, trying to form him out of the abyss. No, it's just the name.
World soul of Teyvat. The real Dragon King was always a nameless ruler. Nibelung is just the name of the lineage of the world, and the cosmic dragon that originally spoke the world into existence merely inherited the name Nibelung because they were the ones who sang the song of the world.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Very interesting. That's an interesting theory. So it is where it makes sense, like the story is still just the thing in the abyss and trying to form itself out. It's not as though a Nibelung, like one single being, really exists in the abyss and trying to form them out again, you know? It's the name of lineage, not a person. Yeah, yeah. That's interesting. That's an interesting way to look at it. But then what do you call the thing that left and came back? You know? Is that this single cosmic dragon?
Always a nameless world. Instead, what we call the manifestation of all life forms who collectively make up the world soul of Teyvat.
What, it was a collection of the different life forms? Was it a spaceship? You know? Collective spaceship went out into the universe looking for whatever it was looking for, then comes back. Like, so is it one being that goes out? Manifestation of thoughts that goes out into the universe and is searching for the answers and comes back and realizes that it's, you know, not in charge anymore. Its whole story got overwritten. Who did he fight? Who did the HP fight? A single dragon or a manifestation of thoughts? Manifestations of life forms? Damn, that's crazy. That makes you look at things totally different. If we're not talking about just a single life form here. I mean, it could be it's just all of that in that single dragon, right? But it's not just like a single, it's not just a single entity. Like it might be physically, but it's not. Mentally, internally. Interesting, dude. That's fun. I like that. I like that. I wonder where that's going to go. I really feel like, because I've been saying for a while, I don't think the HP is just strictly a being that's sleeping right now. I still feel like HP could be the 4 shades merged together to form this thing that we know of as the heavenly principles, the primordial one, right? What did I just accidentally do? So it makes sense to totally look at Nibelung as something different as well. God damn, yeah, that's gonna fuck in my head a little bit. But essentially, it's like Nibelung would just be the manifestation of, like, as of right now, the collectiveness of life forms now existing in the abyss because their fates couldn't continue on after HP came down and changed the whole outcome of the world. So yes, Nibelung lost the fight, but you're talking about the collective consciousness of an entire civilization, possibly, that is now just the abyss. So it's not as though Nibelung is just this being in the abyss, and Nibelung's book that forms the forbidden knowledge, but it's all those people and life forms that culminate into the abyss. What if the heavenly principles isn't a person, but either a code that the shades follow or the source of their power? The heavenly principles doing something was just what they called all the shades. See, yeah, I more and more things hint towards that, I feel like, as time goes on. I really lean more and more towards that as time goes on. And whether it's like they're just the HP is like an AI that then split and formed these shades. I don't know. It's really hard to like come to a solid conclusion on that nowadays. Like there's so many questions when it comes to HP that I'm like, I can't really lock an answer. I can't really lock a theory in now without more information because there's so many lingering tidbits that each time I feel like, and I feel like other people think the same thing, where you feel like you can go down a theory with what HP is, you can bring something up that would disprove that theory, but you don't have enough information to completely disprove the theory, just something to question that theory of what the HP is. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Flowers bloom for tomorrow. So may the wind dispel the gloom.
Interesting times to be alive, I'll tell you that much. Oh, we're getting close. Got like 12 minutes maybe. That was a great video though. I honestly didn't expect to, I didn't really know what to expect from that video. I thought we were just gonna get like side lore, you know? But that actually makes you think about the, you know, one of the core beings in this entire universe. And I feel like something that's going to be increasingly relevant in the upcoming patch, but also the immediate upcoming patches after this patch. So, I mean, if Nibelung's gonna spawn again, I won't be on in 9 hours, but I'll be on tomorrow evening to do the world quest, that's for sure. Peace out, man.
Don't blink. Cleanse hatred with love.
How we feeling, Radish? What's the latest, brother?
Rise and shine.
Yeah, Radish, I think your Cyrene fell off a little bit.
Take the answer. Show me the way.
Ah, you might have moved some artifacts around or something.
Don't blink. Rewrite destruction with me. Cleanse hatred with love.
Oh, never mind. There it is.
This is eternity.
There's some damage.
Don't blink.
I need another drink.
Rewrite destruction with
I need another drink.
Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies. Embrace a new life.
Where's some of the comments on this, though?
Take the answer. This is eternity.
Video kind of recontextualizes the story told in Durin's signature weapon. I couldn't really find a way to incorporate it in the video without rewriting big chunks, but I do recommend you give it a quick read.
May death protect us.
Dragons create worlds, worlds create people, people tell stories, story inspire heroes, heroes slay dragons, and finally heroes become dragons. This is permanence. That's crazy. Because, like, I thought we'd be, like, kind of on the same page with something, and then all of a sudden, oh, just kidding, we're taking it one step further. It's actually not just one being, Nibelung, who's putting this input in for the world. It's actually a culmination of people and beings that form a dragon. And then those culmination of beings had their story rewritten by this asshole, the HP. And they form the Abyss. Like, golly. Bow, 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 bow. Yeah, okay. That's done. Oh, well, now we wait, boys. Now we wait. Now we're waiting. Now we're in wait mode. Got about, hopefully, just a little bit under or over 8 minutes. I'm gonna guess 10 minutes. We'll get in at 10:02. We'll get in at the next hour 02. All right, while this is doing this, I'm gonna go grab a drink. Actually, let's turn on the new music. Where is it? It's a new menu screen music. Normally an hour. Normally an hour. "30 minutes on a bad update." But my guess is gonna be at 02, sir. I'm guessing 02. Also, why is my game minimizing? Where are we gonna pull for Linnea? I don't even know where to pull for Linnea. Because, like, after seeing her trailer, she's just hopping all over the place. It's a good Linnea pull spot. Well, don't share them here. Leak-free zone. Just like our homies in the beta, I can get the answers if I want. We like to hold the surprise. We want to experience it for ourselves. I'm always rushing towards the next leak. Well, where's the fun of the experience? That's why I always thought being in the beta for this would be cool. But when I realized I gotta, you know, do certain quests over and over again, it kind of like ruins the experience a little. Like, I want to play the quest multiple times. That's just gonna drain. That's gonna drain me. All I'm gonna say is you never expect this boss. Hey, to be fair, I didn't expect we were getting this patch, so I don't even know what it could be. I did not expect us to be going to the Temple of ASMODAY this patch. Like, what the hell is that? In a world quest, by the way. Hello, Cronus. Man, I'm just trying to think of a good spot. What time now in America? East Coast, 9:58. About to be 9:59. 9:59 now. You wound up pulling Tong Tong, but it made me go to guarantee, and I just pulled Rossi today as well. Got Rossi's weapons first pull, and I got Tong Tong's weapon after like 3. Nice, dude. Rossi made me go to max. I had to go 120 pulls on her, but I got her weapon first pull. And then I had some left over, so then I went and pulled Yvonne's weapon because I already had Tong Tong's. And I got Yvonne's weapon in 4 pulls, but I triple pulled 6-star weapons when I pulled her weapon. And I got 2 of her weapons. So I got P1 of Yvonne's weapon. And then some other sword. I don't even remember what it was. My luck on those weapon banners in Arcanite is crazy. You wanna know what? Watch this. Wanna know what's gonna happen? The moment this goes live, that one... I forget his name, but he's gonna come in here and be like, it's up. Watch, I guarantee you. As soon as it's up, dude's gonna come in here and say, it's up, it's up. This dude, no shot. This dude. Well, I don't think so. Is LINNEA worth the poll without Zabai and Columbina? If you like her for her character, story, and appearance, sure, probably. Combat-wise, probably not as much as if you had those two characters. Well, hold on, I'm just gonna... Can I, like, just click one message and not hide all the messages? Can I just remove this message? I don't do this. Remove. Okay, well. That way other people come and don't get completely spoiled. Rip. Well. Well. We haven't even gotten into 6.5 yet, and I'm already spoiled to 6.6. Jesus Christ. I can't win. I can't win. God damn it. Alright, 10:02. Come on, let's see if I'm right. Aww. No luck. No luck here. Down, 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 down. I love this theme, though. This is definitely one of my favorite themes in this game now. Dude, I finally made mine, too. Yup, I got Yvonne, Tong Tong, Jahi, and... I was just using Gilberta, I think. Yeah, I was just using Gilberta on that team. Yeah. Yep. Oh, and I got a P1 Tong Tong while pulling for Rossi. So I got P1 Tong Tong, P1 Yvonne, and P1 Yvonne's weapon. That's pretty good. That's probably my best team right now. Ah. Yeah, go Berta. Actually, you know what? Let me, probably pull this up while I wait. Sorry, that one dude will come in here and be like, Hey, look, you got me, but I had to remove your message for the sake of the other people. You got me, I'll take the L, but hey, I'll save some other people from getting spoiled if they don't want to. But goddamn you. You should get banned. But I'm feeling nice. I'm feeling like if I ban somebody, I won't get LINNEA early, so... You know, you didn't say anything, like, racist or anything, so I guess we can just let it slide. Replace Chen on your physical team with Rossi, doing so much more damage now. I hit 580k today. There he is! There he is! MIG, he's him! He's the guy! He's the guy who comes in here and says, oh, it's up, it's up, it's up, it's up! But he typed before it was up! He typed before it was up. If I'm ever like, if a trailer comes out and I'm live, he's in here, it's like 12:01. He's like, yo, trailer just dropped. Yo, drip just dropped. Dude's on the ball. Honestly, like, he's on it. He's on that. You gotta say as soon as it's up. You gotta say, you gotta be like, boom. I'm gonna burn out the song before it even gets, like, I even hear it in game. Can't burn out the song before I even get it in game. I see you on the star stream. The hell is that? The hell is the star stream? A new week. I didn't buy any of this. Oh. Lore videos. That was such a bad buy. I'm so stupid. I was just spam clicking. Oh no. Okay, good. I should not have bought all those right now. God damn it. Actually, you know what I could do? I could do a delivery real quick. Quick little delivery for some money. Help, I'm broke. Or did I pack them? Oh, wait. Oh, my God. I don't even do these anymore. I can't remember the last time I did a DoorDash. Physical team is Edmund, Ember, Pog, and Rossi. Dude, I still don't have Pog. He's the only one I don't have. I gotta figure out the full rotation with the Rossi team. Dude, I've been so addicted to Crimson Desert, and then I was gone this weekend. So I haven't really like been playing much of this. I'm just fast traveling. I don't care. I know, but my ass just bought way too much, and there's a thing under 1,000. Although it's funny, like now that I got all the material from the shop, I don't really need anything else. Like I really don't need to do the whole stock thing for money anymore, you know? It's like I have everything. But like part of me is like, oh, just keep playing the stock market, yeah. Yo, he didn't say anything. It's up. Did I beat him to it? I beat MIG. Oh, nah, I already beat you. I already beat you. See? I beat you. We're up. We're up. We're up. We're up. We're up. We're up. Everyone, good luck on your polls. Good luck on your polls. Good luck on your polls. Oh, wow. Nobody's going to talk to me when I load in? Nothing. Nobody's going to talk to me. Okay. That's fine. Oh, look at it. There it is. The gentle sea breeze carries the scent of the fine wine through the bustling port. Yet there are places that even the ever-present wind cannot reach, or rather it chooses not to. Should one choose to follow a secluded path through the tranquil mountain sanatorium, what might await peaceful rest or an adventure beyond mortal imagination? Woo! Okay, yeah, I gotta remember, this skin is fire. I gotta try to get this skin for real. I kinda wanna fight this thing right now. Wait, do we have to fight it for LINNEA? Okay, where are we gonna pull LINNEA? Where do we pull LINNEA? I say we just go up to DORNMAN Port. I say we hit right here. Oh my god, I should have logged out here, man. Now I gotta watch someone else's video. I can't believe we got a Mondstadt expansion. Oh my god. Now I wanna go this way. I wanna go here. I wanna go up past it this way. I wanna see what it looks like from here. Oh my god. I wish I would have logged out here. God damn it, I literally said I was going to too. Man, I remember doing this so early on, and how the hell do I get out? Okay, I forgot about this. Alright, well, that's just, okay. That's just crazy. I can't even get out this way. Like, I gotta go all the way around now. I go all the way around. We gotta get up to DORNMAN Port to pull LINNEA. So waiting for them to add the auto collect for resources on map like they said they were adding. Oh, they said they were gonna, okay, where am I going? They said they were gonna add those? That's sick. I didn't know that. I forgot how to escape this shit. It's been so long. Can I fly over it here? Oh, saved. Okay. Oh, man. I don't know if anyone else remembers, but like climbing this area, trying to hit the border, getting told to turn back early days of Genshin, you're just like, I want to go though. Those are the times, huh? I should have climbed up here and logged out here though. Man. This is actually hitting a nostalgia factor right now. It's kind of crazy. It's only been, say only, but it's been 5 years. Like, it shouldn't be hitting a nostalgia factor already, man. Come on. Won't ever coming to a close since the start of Genshin? Wait, switching to PC from my phone, Genshin minimum shaved on... It's 51 gigs on the phone now? I didn't even realize it got up to that. Did you delete all your old resources? That's crazy. I'm an angel! Wait, I look like Nicole's thing. What the hell? What is this? What the hell even is that? I feel like I look like Nicole. Windmill. Oh, whoa. World Quest started. Hold on a minute. We're not starting that right now. No, gotta stay away from that. Whoa. Don't you dare auto start. Don't you dare auto start on me. Remember going into Natlan? That goddamn World Quest started on us. Damn, that looks sick from right here. Ooh, look at the golden crystal flies. Etherwing moth. Oh. Wait, oh yeah, so what does this end up being? Is this considered a, yeah, oh no. Oh man, there's someone here. Hello, not this one either. Hey, what are you doing? Trying to find my way back. I remember that I need to find an animal archon. Oh, I started the world quest. He's trying to get to the Temple of ASMODAY. I don't remember anything else. Your way back? It's a vague sense of homesickness, but I can't remember anything at all. When I woke up, the only thing I had was a note in my hand that said, "You are Mauki." Who? So I suppose my name is Mauki? I should be going now. Goodbye. Okay, goodbye. What a strange person. Doesn't seem like he's a bad guy. Holy shit, dude. Dude, imagine... Oh, man. Imagine getting that, like... Oh, it hits so much harder now. Like, seeing that when the game first came out, that would have been crazy. Are you alright? What do you mean, Paimon? You didn't see that? I had a strange vision. The cube's in the sky. Strange vision? Could it be because that person touched the statue just now? Okay, so this is... Wait, so is this going to ask me to turn in... Oh, interesting. It's not as though there's going to be more of those in this area. I wonder if they have something different here. All right, am I going to need those for LINNEA? It's actually not that big of an area, though. Oh, yeah, I guess all this is new here, though. Yep, all that's new. All right, I want to get into the port. I want to get on top of the windmill. That's my goal. That's my LINNEA pole spot. On top of the windmill. Hopefully I can get there without triggering anything too crazy. Wait, is the update there already? Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it is. What the hell is this guy doing? Do a flip! Do a flip! Oh, I didn't mean to talk to you. I didn't mean to talk to you. I don't care. I don't care right now. I'll come here later. Goodbye. Bridge jumping. That's fun. Hey, guys. You're not gonna salute me? Okay. This looks great. I'm taking such a risk right now running through this place. I'm taking a huge risk running through this place. I think we're good, though. Nothing's starting, and all I gotta do is climb now. We're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. It's a way bigger windmill. Oh my god. It's a giant windmill, dude. I remember seeing this in the trailer and I was questioning if they updated the windmills. Yes, they did. This is the grand windmill. Boss windmill. Oh, come on, Durin, you can make it. Recharge, recharge, recharge. We're almost there. Music's nice. Music's nice and chill. Mom's daddy. Ooh. Well, it looks like it's broken. Should we go up higher, or is this good? I think this is good. This is the LINNEA pole spot. All my pole spots have been pretty bad lately, though, so like, let's hope for the best. All right, LINNEA. Time for you to complete my Geo team. What are we at? Oops, wrong button. History, history, history. What are we at? 5. We are at 5. You know what? I'm gonna be early. Give me her at 25. I really don't want to pull anything today. I really am not in the mood to wait. Give me her at 25. That's what I want. Maybe I'll start low and it'll give me her low. All right, let's go. 15. That's fine. A little bit of Candace action. All right, right here. Give her. Give her up. Come on. 25. Well, that's all right. Wrong Geo character, but that's fine. That's fine. All right, 35. Ooh. Are you kidding me? I mean, that's fine. That's actually, hey, we'll get him C6. 45. All right. All right, well, we got a C6 now. 55. At least let me win my 50-50 today. I want to win my 50-50 today. How about that? Okay, well. 65. If you're going to bring me this far, let me win my 50-50. That's 65. All right, 75. Come on. Right here. Right here should be it for sure. Right here. Ugh. It's going to let me win my 50-50 though, right? Surely. 85. Radiance. No way, dude. It gave me capturing radiance. Or whatever it's called. What is it? Capturing radiance? Is that what it is? Is that capturing radiance? I think that's what it's called. No, that's not it. I don't know what it is. Something like that. 76.
Hey there. I'm Linnea, an advisor with the Adventurers Guild. And this little thing is my buddy Lumi. If you've got any questions about adventuring in the wild, I'm your gal. Oh yeah, and if you ever come across any strange or unusual creatures on your adventures, be sure to tell me all about it.
I will. 77? Wait, I forget, does the capturing radiance give you multiple? Oh man, am I gonna get multiple of her? Or does it just guarantee you win your 50-50? I forget. I think it's just you guarantee to win your 50-50. The last time I got capturing radiance, I got 2 Alauma. That's why I'm not sure. That means I would have lost my 50-50 again. This game hates me. This game hates me recently, man. What have I done to it? I would have actually lost my 50-50 right there. That's crazy. The game was trying to grief me. I did nothing wrong. I know why. It's because I've been talking crazy about the HP recently. He's setting me up for failure. I got 4 primos
so
left.
Much to learn about human interactions. Like, where should I put my hands when I'm nervous? I
don't know, Durin. Figure it out. All right. Let's level her up. Oh, what does she get? A Naturalist Archive. Crafted by Linnea herself. Complete the Archon quest, A New Star Approaches, and reach Friendship 135 to launch Linnea's Naturalist Archive completion project. Do note that you must complete all special lectures in the previous category before proceeding to the next category. I do like that they started to do this with friendship stuff, though. Each category's completion plan includes 4 regular investigation tests and 1 special lecture. Completing all investigation tests within that category will unlock the special lecture. Yo, Linnea, can you shut up? Cosmetic rewards. Oh, you can change the look of the person in her backpack? Oh, that's pretty cool. I didn't know that. So you do her friendship stuff and you get cosmetic things. That's nice. We need more of that. Okay, Linnea, seriously though? You're breathing really heavily in my ear. I hope they continue to do this. Oh, those are the specialty? Those aren't even crystal flies? Oh. Well. Oh, that's new, right? Did they show those before? I don't remember seeing that before. Okay. Maybe we do her training first. Yeah, let's do her trial first. And let me set up this team, though, for her. Because I want to try her out. Let's try her out. Test run. And we'll get 3 of those little, thanks. LINNEA as a Geo character who enables party members to trigger lunar crystallized reactions while providing sustained off-field damage and support. Tap her elemental skill to summon Lumi for assistance. Lumi will attack in super power form and can use Pound Pound Pummeler and Heavy Overdrive Hammer to strike at enemies. He bonks them. Whack-a-mole. Whack-a-slime. When tapping the elemental skill consecutively, Lumi will attack in ultimate power form, immediately using Million Ton Crush to deal 1 powerful instance of AoE geo damage that will be regarded as lunar crystallized damage. Afterwards, Lumi will enter standard power form and can use Pound Pound Pummeler to attack enemies. When LINNEA unleashes her elemental burst, she will also restore HP for all nearby characters. At the same time, she will summon Lumi again, refreshing her duration on the field. However, Lumi's form will not be changed. So it's tap, and tapping consecutively. How many times is consecutively? Is that just twice? Bang. I mean, she bonks. She's a bonker. Oh, I see. So you just like, just mash it and damn. Okay. So it's like swap to her, mash. What is this team?
Shadow of darkness. Your life is mine.
So it's like, just mash. Bonk. And then they stay on field.
Behold, the dawn. All the light shines.
Oh, I held it. I held it. I didn't tap it consecutively.
Light compels you. Go get him, Aiden.
Bang! Damn, 281? Dude, she's sick. Maybe she won't get overshadowed by ASMODAY. Holy jeez. Well, she's still gonna get overshadowed by ASMODAY a little bit, but jeez. She's really completing the Geo team here, huh? Who the hell is up here with me? Gebhard. That was pretty good. What's my Varka effort? You know what, Varka? Honestly, haven't been a real fan of using you. I'm not gonna lie to you. Am I alone in thinking that? I hope he gets a nice friend to help him out, because I don't know, Varka's damage just ain't there. So I think I'm just gonna totally swap over to my lunar crystallized Geo team. It's time for Geo domination, and we'll just get the rest of Varka's friendship through the teapot. Cause I'm done using them. I'm honestly done using them. This team is so fun. Like the lunar crystallized, the lunar bloom stuff is so fun to use that it's like going back to Varka and just doing fucking swirl damage. I'm just like, what the hell am I doing here, man? I feel like I'm dealing no damage compared to everything else. Although I could use Klee right now to find these butterflies. Oh my god, there's one of the things. Wait, why are they out here? I didn't know they were all out here, too. The music is the screen.
Three moons converge. Begone, shadow of darkness. All the lofty wisdom will show us the way.
I chose wrong.
All right, well, we gotta get her things. We gotta get the things. We gotta get the fucking the crystal flies. Where the hell are they at? What is this? Come here, moth. You know, why are we adding flying localized specialties? Can we perhaps not do this? At least they don't fly away from you. That would be hell. I'm gonna assume the other ones are down here. Whoa, what are these? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Might be the monsters falling from the sky that we've been hearing about. It's really strange. There's nothing but clouds up there, so where do they come from? The clouds are what?
A moonlit night.
I mean, I haven't heard about any of that, Paimon. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Oh, so they're falling from the sky. Or, well, from her temple. So they're like, oh my god, does that make them like fallen angels, kind of?
A gift
A little bit, right?
from the heavens. I shall gladly accept it.
Man, oh, I can get him C6 now. Very nice. That's actually huge. You can ascend. Oh, what weapon do I put on her? What is she? Oh, she's bow? We do gotta go farm those. All right, where the hell are these things at, man? Oh, is that one right there? Whoa, 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 go back, go back, go back, go back, go back. Get out. Yo, get out of the thing. Wait, where did it go? Bruh. Oh my god. I actually gotta pull Klee out, bro. Are we so serious right now? Oh, it's down here.
La la la.
Mondstadt verticality, baby. Look at that. What is this supposed to be, by the way? Is this actually a Nicole thing or what? Looks like a Nicole thing. Where's this one at? Is he in the bush? Gotta be right below me. Hoyo gameplay leaks have been put to a halt. Hoyo is not messing around with this gameplay leaks. Yeah. I mean, I've seen them cracking down on stuff, but like, can they really halt the beta stuff?
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, where the hell is this stuff? Like, what? Like, am I blind? Oh, wait, it's talking about the dandelions. God damn it.
On me.
Forgot dandelions were a thing, too. I'm sitting here looking for the goddamn crystal flies. Yo, Radish, somebody already came in here and leaked the 6.6 boss. I'm already spoiled. I'm already cooked. The question is how? That is unfortunate because the only thing going, I haven't, dude, it was before this even came out, and I'm like, dude, I haven't even touched 6.5 yet. I don't even, like, I know what the boss in here looks like, but I haven't even fought this boss yet, and I already know. Hi, could you help me get Primo gems? Yeah. Go to the Hoyo verse Genshin Impact map, interactive map, and find all the chests. That's how you get Primo gems. But so now, I haven't even fought this boss, and I'm already asking how the hell does that happen? Like, I haven't even processed what the hell this patch is, and I'm already questioning the next one now. I'm just upset. What is a windrest flower? I don't care about the weasel thief. Well, most quests you can only do by yourself. And second of all, I am trying to farm up for my LINNEA right now.
La la la.
So unfortunately, I am in no way, shape, or form ready to assist you. Dude, literally every local specialty in Mondstadt is within these circles, and it's quite annoying because I'm just trying to get the flying little crystal flies. No. Oh, whatever, we'll grab this while we're up here, because I do not want to climb.
Treasure.
Where the hell is the crystal fly, man? I'm gonna crash out.
La la la.
Oh. Bro. Every single Mondstadt local specialty is within these circles. Oh my god, this is hell. This is Hoyo trolling at this point. Okay, now can you show me where the thing is at? Hoping this update shows or gives us a hint on what happened in the intro villain. From when we had to select a character. I would consider her the final boss for part 1 of Genshin. Oh, brother, you got it all fucked up. She ain't the boss anymore. She might be the one who's helping us at this point. She might be the one with the right intentions, actually.
La la la.
Dude, this isn't even marking. It says there's still something within the circle, but it's not marking. But, regardless, we are going to get information about her, considering we're going to her temple. Oh my god, it was outside of the circle, okay. I am not doing the quest tonight. I am leveling up my Linnea, and we will do the world quest tomorrow. Radish, how long is it? Like, at my, I guess, normal pace and then, like, with reading. Like, if I read everything out loud, how long will it take? Today's stream just character leveling up of story quest as well. I'm gonna build up Linnea. I'm gonna do get all this, get the Linnea built, and then tomorrow I'm gonna do the world quest. And then depending on the length of that, might do Linnea's tomorrow. My plan right now is actually to do world quest tomorrow and then Linnea quest Thursday, but if the world quest isn't that long, we'll do both tomorrow. But I feel like I'm gonna do a lot of rereading during the world quest tomorrow, and I don't know if I want to completely stack all that on top of each other. Like, I might just want to, like, comprehend the world quest tomorrow and then worry about Linnea Thursday. You know what I mean? Dude, see, I know people didn't like the whole 5-day split up thing, but I did not mind it. I really didn't. It was 30 minutes a day. So yeah, overall, it was probably one of the longer character story quests, because most of the character story quests are like 2 hours, an hour and a half to 2 hours on the long end. But I didn't mind the split up over 5 days. I don't mind that. I don't mind when they do that. I know I'm in the minority in that, and that's fine. That's fine. But I think it was okay for them to try it. But I do realize that, yes, I am in the minority for that opinion, for that take. Which is fine. 3 hours just reading Radish, or 3 hours talking or like reading it out loud? Even so, yeah, that's a good amount of time to just, yeah. If that's the case, then I'll probably just do, yeah, 100% just World Quest tomorrow, and then Linnea on Thursday. That works. Because then we got, dude, HSR live stream Friday morning already. That 4-week timeline is crazy. Collection in all recommended places. Oh, I have like no flies.
Dodoko? Dodoko, where are you?
Bro, there's like none of these. What? I'm not. I'm offline right now. Obviously. This amount of verticality, though, is just ridiculous. Like, give me an elevator, man. Can we peek up here without triggering anything? I don't want to trigger nothing. I just want to take a peek. I'm just taking a peek. I don't want to trigger a thing. Radish, how far can I go? Radish, how far can I go? What happened to skipping? Skipping what? What'd we skip? Radish, how far can I go without triggering something? Good answer, buddy. This guy. Wait for him to answer, then we'll go back. Stop. Okay. Oh, whoo! That was close. That was close. That was close as shit. Oh my god. You gotta be quicker than that, buddy. Jesus, that was close. I almost kept inching. I almost kept inching. Not gonna lie. Dude, look at the stone down there. in the star shape. Look at that. That looks like a nail. A nail from the opposite direction. Oh my god, the big stars. That looks so sick.
The rain stopped. We march on.
Varka, please be quiet while we take in the scenery, sir. Breaks apart into the cubes. Dude, this is insane, man. Dry ass patch. What? This might be one of the best patches so far. This is lore we've been waiting for from the beginning. Like, look at that. See, this is why I'm saying, like, this is her just mimicking the design of Celestia, you know? Like, her domain is definitely just her taking inspiration of the design from, or like her using Celestia's inspiration for her design. Well, it's not 40 hours. And Radish, I can't stop. I gotta do this boss.
Observe and know my heart.
Oh, I'm using the bad characters. I'm using terrible characters for this. Hold on, sir. Reset, restart, restart. Hold on. Restarting.
Huh?
It's on voice because it's a world quest. It is on voice. It's not an Archon quest. It's a world quest. Which, I'm not gonna lie, I am surprised they made it a world quest. But some of the best stuff has been world quests. Look at the Ordo quests. Come on, man. Some of the best quests in the game.
Observe and know my heart.
Lofty wisdom will show us the way.
Judgment! Begone, shadow of darkness!
Come on. Oh. Well, we can't use Linnea yet, because Linnea... Okay, can we get ult, please?
3 moons converge. Be cleansed.
It took me 85 pulls, and I got the capturing radiance thing, so I was gonna lose my 50-50 again, but it didn't let me lose my 50-50.
Divine light, shield them.
So that was nice.
Light compels you. Go get him,
Each deed will be judged. Test concluded.
Actually, you know what? We could probably switch this over to Varka and Linnea on a team somewhere. Let's just do... Wait, are these... Okay, these are the same team.
Lumi, time to go.
Yeah, but 3 hours of reading? That ain't bad. It ain't no R&R quest. Did I say I wanted to skip Linnea?
Observe and know my heart. Judgment.
I don't remember saying that. I mean, I may have.
Excision required.
Oh.
Each deed will be judged.
Like the dust. The sky's clear. The glazed moon.
Ah, man, she's completing the full Geo team. Can't skip her.
Test concluded.
She brings the Geo, the lunar crystallized team together. Oh, I feel like I was telling somebody else to skip her. Because, like, they were questioning it. I don't know if I ever said I was going to skip. I don't plan on skipping anybody coming up. I'm going to be honest with you. Maybe I said it before I knew what she was. I don't know.
Observe and know my
A
heart.
moonlit night for all.
Behold, the dawn! You got this!
Without further ado, divine light, shield them.
Recorded. Each deed will be judged. Test concluded.
To her teaser? I mean, I said it's unfortunate that you're getting overshadowed by ASMODAY. What the hell? Did I really say that? Am I tweaking? I don't even remember saying that. I know I said, like, it sucks that she's being overshadowed by ASMODAY this patch. And I said she might be other people's favorite character. I mean, bruh, I'm gonna be honest with you. I've been kind of like bouncing around this whole last week.
Observe and know my heart.
Like between my offline addiction to Crimson Desert and me being gone like the past couple of days, I very well could have said something like that.
Concluded.
Don't tweak, twerk instead. Huh? Hell yeah. Oh no, stop. Any more legendary weapons? Thanks, Riders. Yeah, actually, I have gotten a couple other ones, but I almost just went in with the same team. But I fully leveled up that Frozen Anguish. That's the best looking one. But I got some different Abyss gears on stuff, so it all comes down to like what one you think looks the best, and then switching out your Abyss gears.
Observe and know my heart.
Converge.
Judgment! God, shadow of darkness! You got
Surge.
Divine light, shield them.
Oh, God.
Light to dust.
Recorded. Each deed will test concluded.
Oh my God, here we go. Yeah, the Frozen Anguish just looks like I love that sword. It looks fucking sick. Yo, Hoyo, when are we gonna get an upgrade to the artifact stash here, brothers? I mean, that's what we need. That's what we really need. Dude, I'm not gonna... Dude, like... We're only... Dude, I can hardly even level her up. Oh, I gotta go to the Temple of Space. That's unfortunate. I'm not going there right now. Well, darn it. That's unfortunate. Alright, well, I guess we can at least put a weapon on her. Which this will be good for her, actually. Because, yeah, she's going to have 3 other, well, 2 other Geo. Right? For every party member with a different... Oh. Oh, yeah, yeah. Every elemental type as the wielder gain 1 gimmick. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if she scales off that, though. What does she scale off of? Defense? Well, alright, never mind. That really doesn't do shit for her, then. Well. Oh, hooray! I can get her up to level 2 everything. Oh my god! God damn it, dude. I don't want to go to the Temple of Space to get this shit. I mean, I definitely don't have a bow for that, like, yeah, it does any of that. Is there even a defense bow? Or what's she, I mean, like... What's her weapon? Her weapon's probably like crit damage or something, right? Yeah, crit damage. What is this? Oh, that's super old. That looks like Natland tech. I don't pull on weapon banner, so some of these random 4-star weapons, I don't even know what the hell they are. It's not worth for her. She's good, but she's not like priority character to pull a weapon on, in my opinion. I was thinking about doing 1 tenor. Do I do one tenor?
Sure feels good to get...
Okay, we'll do 1 tenor. Just 1. 1 tenor. Yeah, she's a support. That's what I mean. Like, it's not... 1 tenor. Alright, call it. I got this, nerd. Great. That's fine.
Where's a good spot for a nap?
Okay, but what weapon do I put on her then? I mean... This is kind of useless, but I don't really know... There's no way that's, like, it might be good for her, but... I mean, I feel like this is better than any 4-star I have. Unless there's a bow that actually gives defense somewhere. Elemental skill damage? Oh, normal attacks, though. And it's, yeah, it's physical. Fuck that. Yeah, I feel like this is still going to be better than anything else I have. Yeah, no shot. Maybe this. Because the elemental skill? What do we think? Normal, elemental, increased by 60%. Hunter's Path? For what? The 12 the elemental damage? See, I should have gotten Aqua Simicla at some point. Hunter's Path, really? Crit damage over crit rate because she gets crit rate already. Best in slot is a Nod Cry craftable snare hook. They have Skyward Harp at 100. What? And why are they always so goddamn late? Really? Was this passive? I mean, the passives on this are like shit for like none of these passives are useful on her. That's the thing. Like, I actually feel like this would probably be better than this. Because 3 seconds after leaving combat, elemental skills increased by 60%. And this is like her main source of damage, right? Is her E. And if she's off field, it won't go down, right? While in combat, this... And if her elemental skill is always attacking, it should keep going up.
I like to drink on occasion.
I mean, Jesus Christ, her bow is insane. Geo damage inflicted by the equipping character increases by 40%. Lunar crystallized reaction damage increases by 40%. While this effect are active, if there are moon drifts nearing the equipping character, all other nearby party members will gain Frost Phase Mischief effect. Geo damage dealt increases by 20%. So she not only gets a crazy boost, but also the on-field character gets a crazy boost as well. God damn, this is insane. That's actually an insane weapon. It might be calling to me. Wielded by the Jack Frost, King of the Northern Lands. Damn. I don't know. I'm just going to leave whatever on her for now. I mean, it's something. What do we want for artifacts? The new ones. The new ones. Folded under zero pressure. Look, I mean, it is what it is. Oh, damn. Look at that. Damn, off rip. Oh, damn. I have these great pieces for her ready to go. Look at this. You seen this? Look at this. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude, this character's gonna have some of the best artifacts out of all my characters. Okay, well, I mean, maybe if we can stop rolling into crit rate, that'd be cool. Like, can we roll into crit damage maybe a little bit? Oh. I think I was saving this for Columbina. Oh, how much EM does she want? She wants EM? How much EM? $3,000 defense for the full EM buff. I mean, I guess I could use more. Okay, literally could have not done that. I mean, come on, man. Wait, do we want defense here? What the hell? Oh, she's not even close to maxed out. That's why she's only level 50, dude. I'm like, where are my stats? Does she want defense goblet? Yeah. Okay. I mean, I could do this too. Or I could go for a defense one with crit damage and crit rate. Yeah, that'll work. I mean, that HP is ridiculous right there, though. That's actually insane. That doesn't have any crit rate. Bro, how the fuck am I gonna get 3K? Wait, did I? Well, god damn it. I mean, she's only level 50. She's only level 50. She'll get up there. She'll get up there, you know? She's got to get up there a little bit. I mean, look at that. She just needs some work. I ain't got no flies. We'll get more flies tomorrow. We'll get more crystal flies tomorrow when we go to the Temple of Space. We got no flies right now, man. We got none. Zero, zip, zilch. Don't even have enough to level 60 her. That's kind of crazy, no? Oh, wait a minute. Was that enough? I'm one short, ain't I? Oh my god. Wait.
If you ask me,
Give me my mail. Struggles. Struggles.
visit Inasha Town? Obviously, I'm gonna say Speranza. You know I'm back.
Speranza.
But seriously, you should give it a try. Katya's cooking will.
Oh, here's the thing though. Wait a minute. If I do, god damn it, I hit the wrong thing again. If I do, ooh, if I just get premium now. What? Where are the flies? Oh, there they are. Boom. That's how it's done. Yo, Maine, you pull Linnea, bro? Who didn't pull Linnea? Anybody not pull Linnea? Whatever, it's fine. We'll get it all tomorrow. We'll get it all tomorrow. We'll get it all tomorrow. Dude, I haven't played Miliastra in so long. I just have not. It's probably so much better now. I heard they did like UI updates and shit. Like there's probably some banger games on there now. All right, well. You pulled Alice? Oh my god. And -3 pulls? Holy shit, dude. How the hell did you do that?
Thank you for.
That's some real magic right there.
Add Astra.
That's some real magic. Oh yeah, teapot. Let's go to the teapot.
This realm is.
I claimed before putting her in.
If you ever.
The hell was that? Alright, well she's plopped down. Use the power of the abyss to get her, so now my future pulls cost 3 extra than the 90 pity. Ooh. Well, that's a permanent debuff. Hey, look, I would do it. If I could get Alice now and like have an extra 3 pity for the rest of my life on my Genshin account, I'd do it. Would you pull Alice right now if you are guaranteed to lose all your 50/50s in the future? Yes. Hell yeah. Where do I sign up? Yo, let me do it right this second. Nah, she's got to be the loudest character in the game. She's got to be the loudest character in the game. This is just insane. Yeah, no, I definitely would, I'd sacrifice my 50-50 for the rest of my Genshin life to pull Alice right now, for sure. 100%. I lose them anyway. Exactly. Exactly. Yes. Correct. Correct. That is correct.
I've gained. Huh? Well, at least it's not a health risk.
Oh yeah, so how does this book actually work? Where does it go? Right here. Badge setup. Oh. Oh. Yeah, dude, I hope they do this more. This is cool. I like this. I like skins, dude. I really do. I really love skins. Like, I like to play a game, get some nice skins cooking, but I like it to be like like accomplishment, achievement-based skins, you know? So like, for example, Varka, you know, killing the wolf, getting his weapon skin. That's badass. Her, exploring, getting a nice skin for the backpack. Badass. Oh. So what do you gotta do? Go find them? Plant research. So I go to the plant. There's no plant here. LINNEA quickly makes the necessary preparations for the investigation. That's a sweet flower. Oh. Let's go collect some. Oh. A hardy plant that can grow vigorously even during the bitter cold of winter. So you're saying I should pull LINNEA and skip Nicole from my Varka, I see. But what if Nicole gets special skins? I never said that. Literally, I would tell you to do the opposite. I would tell you if you had to choose between LINNEA and Nicole, in my personal opinion, I would pick Nicole over LINNEA. Because I feel like Nicole is going to be absolutely cracked. I mean, she's got to be, right? Although I feel like people thought that Varka had to be absolutely cracked, and he just... I mean, you know... He was, not very Grandmaster-like, is, I guess, the way to put it. But it's a bad time for him, man. Bad time for him to come out. Well, you got all these lunar reactions going on, and then Varka comes along and is just like, hey, man, let me just swing my sword, get a little swirl damage going on. It's like, brother, we're dealing like lunar crystallize and lunar bloom shit. What are you doing? Excuse me, have you seen a tiger striped cat? No. Yahoo. Oh, yeah, by the way, the Lumi doing the Mario sound is they're pushing Nintendo's buttons. You see Nintendo got, they like totally got rejected out of some copyright claims recently. Copyright claims trying to claim companions in video games or something. I feel like it's literally Hoyo trolling Nintendo with the stuff they've been doing recently. The Yahoo Yumi makes in the trailers literally sounds like the Mario Yahoo. And then all the games they're doing in Honkai Star Rail, literally a bunch of Nintendo knockoff stuff. Looks like Lumi hasn't seen it either. Did your cat go missing? I don't care about the cat, dude. I just came here to collect some plants. It'd be sad if it had heard you. Alright, we gotta find a cat while collecting plants. Maybe some animal brought the seeds here, but I can't just let them spread like this. Well, we gotta chop down the plants? Where am I, by the way? Oh. Ka-chow. Oh. Oh. There's nothing there. You see him anywhere, buddy? I mean, Varka is a tall boy. Varka is a tall man. Oh, what's up, kitty? Who knows what could have happened? Let's get you back to your friends. What flower did I need here? Talk to the treasure hunters. Let's kill them. Ain't got caught. They're carnivorous and could digest moonglow fireflies in just a few days. They could have been eaten alive. Yeah. Now, she really doesn't like the cat. Humans aren't affected, but insects and other little creatures might get drawn in. That's how plants catch their prey. An unusual number of pitcher plants here. Small animals are affected by their presence. If we leave them alone, they could cause some real trouble. All right, we'll handle the weeding. Great, yeah. Take out the plants, boys and girls. Carnivorous. Carnivorous. You could say it either way. Carnivorous or carnivorous. I pulled for Malwika's claymore and skipped Malwika on purpose. I mean, dude, save some pussy for the rest of us. Holy shit. That's just making a statement. That's like, yeah, I'm not gonna get baited. Malwika gooner bait? No, not today. I must take her claymore instead. If we hadn't yelled so loudly earlier, we might have found it sooner. Yeah, okay, I don't care about the goddamn cat, man. It's her companion, it's not mine. What are these? Frost lamp flowers. Oh, let me guess. I'm going to have to talk to a moose. LINNEA, with her deep knowledge of local ecology, might be able to find something useful. Oh. Oh, yes. Got to switch to her. Necessary preparations for the investigation. Excuse me, moose. Found it. Easy. That was an easy one. Now this one's gonna be a quest where I gotta save a dog this time instead. Yep, definitely gotta save a dog here. I can tell by the area we're in. Ooh, we gotta switch our wings though. Yikes. Feasting wings? Or these wings? Ooh, I don't know. Ooh, that red matches her backpack pretty damn well. Yeah, we're going with that. Yeah, that red matches her backpack perfectly. Are you feeling carnivorous today? Carnivorous. What is your problem, buddy? You're just mad because you're a goddamn radish. I'm at Genshin Peace, waiting for Cryarchon, or maybe Alice if she comes out. Anybody who doesn't pull Alice, I don't know if we could be friends. Alice, I don't care if she deals 1 damage at level 90. She's a must pull. I don't care. She is a must pull. Why flowers? Oh, there they are. I will C6 Alice. Alice might be my first C6 character. Alice might be my first and only C6 character. I'm a Megan. I eat meat. I don't think... You know what? Hell yeah, me too, brother. My next C6 is Capitano. Oh, buddy. I have my own plans. What is going on here? Meta was being annoying. Vesta fumbles through the story of what happened. It becomes clear that it was just a typical little quarrel among kids. No matter how I look at it, I wasn't the one at fault, right? And I wasn't wrong either. Sometimes these things just happen. No one's really at fault, but things still don't turn out the way we want them to. It's like the story of two sisters among the Frostmoon Scions that the Nocturnal Blossoms represents. Story of two sisters? Yes, I've heard that there were once two sisters among the Frostmoon Scions. They were very different in personality, like the Nocturnal Blossom. One red, one blue. Both sisters did what they believed was right, but because of that, they went their separate ways. Said that the younger sister never forgave the elder sister for leaving her behind. Oh, is this Alia and Isla? I don't understand the love for him. He has a micropenis and is dead. Like, okay. You don't have to completely disrespect Capitano like that. In the end, up until they died, the two never saw each other again. Oh, I didn't know the Frostmoon Scions had stories like that. Me neither. I heard it from a traveling bard. Maybe there's some embellishment in it. So it's a made-up story. Well, even if the story isn't entirely true, the lesson it carries is still around. Neither of them thought they were in the wrong, but were certain their own choice was the right one. But their choices meant they lost each other forever. If proving you're right means losing a friend, what would you choose? Well, it depends on if the friend is stupid. If the friend is stupid, very stupid, worth losing. Don't need those type of people in your life. If that friend argues with you over everything because they're too stupid to understand, leave them in the dust. Never knew you. Actually, a few spontaneous little detours on an adventure aren't so bad. Come to think of it, the time Meta spends adventuring with me is precious. If I keep changing my mind, we might not get to enjoy anything at all. I'll plan things better next time. Glad to see you two getting along again. Next time Vesta and I go on an adventure, we'll bring any unusual stones we find back to Speranza. Back to Spain! I keep forgetting that the place is called Speranza, and that's the Ark Raiders' home base. Sounds good. Thanks in advance. Cool. Well, I did all of them. Now what? Unlock special lecture. Oh boy. Back to Spain. Okay, we gotta go to a lecture, boys. Lock in. Time to learn about flowers.
I can't believe it's not just the moon.
Oh, it's voiced.
Fireflies. Even cats can get eaten.
Oh yeah, by the Venus flytraps.
Yerva. Make sure you keep a close eye on Pavlov the next time you take him for a walk.
Don't worry so much. Pavlov's a lot bigger than a cat. Besides, they're just plants. What's the worst they could do?
I remember a certain fresh-faced adventurer saying something similar, right before coming face to face with a hexadecatonic mandragora.
Hexadecatonic mandragora.
Hexadecatonic mandragora. See that?
What are you all hollering about, huh? Paimon heard the commotion from miles away. Is this some sort of class?
Yeah, Paimon, you're literally crashing it.
Linnea's telling us all about her recent findings.
Can we sit in?
Of course. Please take a seat.
Oh, sweet. We don't have to pay.
Since we're on the
Nice.
subject of hexadecatonic mandragoras, there's another notable
Hexadecatonic.
variety of plant that can be found near Void Sea Outlook.
You must mean Winter Ice Leia.
Spot on! I'm talking about Winter Isley.
Isley.
Hey, Yerva, that's cheating. Linnea didn't even finish asking.
Better keep up, Miko.
Sorry, I got carried away and jumped the gun. Don't worry, there'll be plenty more questions to answer. Right, Linnea?
Enough for everyone! Get your answers at the ready, and you'll all have the chance to earn yourselves a sugar sculpture.
Ooh, a sweet, sweet sugary reward! Come on, Traveler, this is our time to shine.
Well, if you do the Asmoday quest now before midnight, you get Traveler's Weapon back. Oh, fuck. What time is it? Oh, shit. 11:31? I got 29 minutes? I don't know if I have enough time. Switching to PC gaming, pray my gameplay is not at a bad frame rate. You should be good. You should be good. Radish, I'm in the middle of learning about flowers. Okay? I don't need you to join me. I'm in the middle of class, sir, and learning about Oratisra Mechanique d'Analyse Cardinale. It'll be like taking candy from kids.
I'll let you in on a secret. Katya's prepared enough sugar sculptures for everyone.
Oh, thank God.
In that case, we'll have to show them just how smart we are.
Right! Back to the topic at hand. There's actually an interesting story about Winter Isley. Legend has it that this plant held a deep connection to the King of Winter Isley. Now, the King of Winter Isley had a brother, whose own symbolic plant is something you should all be very
This is my lore.
Can anyone tell me what it is?
This is my lore. It has to be mint.
Good thinking. Mint and Winter Isley are both green. That means cabbage must be a close relative too.
Oh, I just thought because they...
Incorrect.
Oh, fuck.
The correct answer is midsummer berries.
Of course it is.
Midsummer berries? All I know is
How am I
Katya
supposed to
and
know
both
that?
make delicious midsummer tort.
Midsummer berries are the symbol of the King of Midsummer Oak, brother to the King of Winter Isley. Legend has it that these two twins have been fighting since birth. They each take turns killing the other, only to be resurrected once more. Each rules their own season, with this cycle of death and rebirth continuing until the end of time.
That's so sad. Despite being connected by blood. Katya once told me good relationships have nothing to do with blood. Sometimes it's precisely those connections that cause conflict to arise.
It's like me with my brother, my abyss sibling. The story is about the changing of the seasons, right?
How very perceptive of you.
Yes.
You're right, of course. That's exactly what the scholars of Snezhnaya think the story represents. What's more, due to Winter Isley's hardiness and resistance to the cold, it's also considered to be a symbol of the Light Keepers.
Though the flower may fail.
The leaves will keep their promise. Paimon's heard that saying before.
It's a very old saying, and hardly anyone still uses it nowadays. I'm surprised you're even aware of it.
We're seasoned adventurers, which means we're... What was it again? Oh yeah!
Well-traveled and well-read.
The Light Keepers. They're the ones who dress in black, right?
Okay, Miko,
Are they
you
also
should know
hardy and
this.
resistant to the cold? But their clothes look so warm. If they really are so resistant, couldn't they wear a bit less?
You've got it all muddled up. What Linnea means is that, just like Winter Isley, the Lightkeepers stand tall in the face of hardships as fierce as the icy wind.
Wonderful! Your interpretation is spot on. But let me ask, how did you arrive at that understanding?
Helga sent me a handbook, all the way from Fontaine. She told me about the language of flowers. Now all the flowers of Fontaine have their own secret meanings. I think if Winter Isley has a meaning, it must be something like unbending. Or maybe the courage to persevere until the end.
Well, someone's clearly...
I don't have any moths left.
Well done! And Miko, you may have approached it from a very different angle, but your sense of logic is certainly interesting.
You want to come and steal my moths? I don't even have any left. Like, there's like 3 moths in the entire map, and you want to come steal them from me. I've already got them all, buddy. You're not coming to steal my moths. I'll come to steal your moths. Ask him to come steal my moths. There's literally 26 of them. Okay, maybe it's 36. Something like that. There's like 30 of them. I gotta wait 6 days before I can 90 my Linnea. They're all gone.
Let's see if you two can answer this next one.
Ask away. No questions too hard for the traveler.
See, no questions too hard for me. Go ahead, ask a question.
Confidence.
Ask one. I got it. No matter what it is.
One of my hardest. Why do nocturnal blossoms come in both red and blue?
America. Obviously. Nah, I say America, but because roses are red, violets are blue.
Alright, so what's the answer? Nocturnal blossoms aren't the only things we've seen in Notcry that are red and blue. Come to think of it, we've seen red and blue stuff all over the place. If you're asking about the one thing that stands out most about Notcry...
The extraordinary power of Kuvaki, obviously. I was thinking of that one place where we bring the red and blue together. The split in the mountains.
Hey! Stop trying to explain everything away with the power of Kuvaki. There's no way the answer's gonna be as obvious as that.
You're correct.
God damn it, Radish. Why did I know you were gonna say something?
It's common knowledge for those of us who live in Notcry, but not so much for adventurers visiting from afar. So, in context, I suppose it could be considered a tricky problem?
Roses are red, violets are blue. My door frame is hot, but I'd suck you too. Jesus Christ. Oh my god.
But you weren't fooled by the question at all. It looks like you're on the path to becoming a real stellar adventurer.
On the path?
Right, that's it for today. All the students who answered a question can have a sugar sculpture.
I answered them all though, didn't I?
Wait a second! Don't tell Paimon that she's the only one who doesn't get any candy! If Paimon had known, she'd have answered more questions! Even if she'd have probably gotten them all wrong.
Don't worry, don't worry. You'll get yours too. You and the Traveler are a team, just like Lumi and me.
Isn't that wonderful, Paimon?
Well, Miss Linnea really is the best teacher ever.
Oh man, nice, I got a badge.
Oh.
Yahoo! Yahoo! Look! Give me your moths. Look! I got a badge. Red and blue. For America. Well, that's Linnea. Dude, actually good artifacts on her though already. Not gonna lie to you. Actually good artifacts on her already. I mean, this one's kind of dog because I rolled triple HP. But other than that, not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. All these double flat stat ones, man. Okay, god damn it, Radish. Total crit's good for a level 50. Not bad. She's gonna get more crit rate naturally. I mean, what's level 60? So yeah, not bad. Not too shabby. Yeah, it's a question of, I'm probably gonna switch to this. Which crit rate would then go down 20 points. 22 points. So I don't know. But, elemental skill damage increase. I don't know, we'll have to play around and see what's right. I'll also see what people, update their things to after tomorrow, or after today, testing stuff out. She always has under 50 crit rate on... What do you mean under 50 crit rate on purpose? How does that work? Oh. Alright.
Lumi is just too cute! But she does have a bad habit of swallowing any shiny thing she lays her eyes on. So keep your valuables well away or you might never see them again.
Keep your valuables away or you might never see them again. Never tries for crit rate? Yeah, well. Now imagine shaking your dog like that in public and not having people freak out. That's gotta be animal abuse. Like, I don't even know if that thing's an animal. What do you consider that? Oh, that thing's a fae too. That has to be a fae abuse. You think she'd be against that considering she is one herself.
Of course, I'm always happy to show off my masterpiece. I even did the illustrations.
I need to steal moth too. Fuck Radish. But, well, whatever. Oh, look, the drawings are actually drawn in the book. I feel like a lot of the time inside the books you don't see anything. Got a little drawing inside the book though when she opens it in her animation. That's pretty cool. Is that like a tattoo on her leg or what is that? Is that just like fae stuff? Or what is that on her leg?
The one place you should visit in Nasha Town? Obviously, I'm gonna say Speranza.
Oh my god, yeah. She'll grab his lantern and shake it.
You should give it a try. Katya's cooking will not disappoint you.
I don't have albedo. So I didn't know that. Yeah, I don't know what's on her leg though. A tramp stamp? I mean, kinda. But I wonder if it's like a fae thing or what. Cool. Alright, that's gonna do it for today. Tomorrow, World Quest. Big day. Big day tomorrow. Huge day. 5.5 years in the making day. Big World Quest. I'll probably go live. Probably around like 6 Eastern. 6 Eastern. That'll be my goal, is 6 Eastern. Okay? Sound good? You should get a tattoo of LINNEA's leg thing. Yeah, probably not. I mean, there's like a chance of it happening, but it's like a negative 17%. So, probably not. But, hey, there is a chance. Alright, I'll catch y'all tomorrow. Peace out.